Okay. Gather round, you Zionist cucks. You pervy pickles. You messy mollusks. Hey, how's it going? Woo. Don't mind me, guys. Woo. I've had a very stressful few days. Fucking so many shit. Bad sleep, bad fucking ADHD meds, bad. But woo. No floof. Yeah, I've got all my prep done for traveling. I got my I got my little checklist. There's a few more things to add, but how could you make Benny Morris only play on the left side of your new vid? I didn't. It's the LSE video that does that. So I tried to change it, but when I panned it right, the volume just died. So I could have maybe got into Pro Tools and made it mono. I don't know why I didn't think to do that. That would have actually been really easy. Fuck. Anyway, I just gave you guys a challenge though, hey? Whatever. Whatever, dude. Big deal. Okay. This guy, oh Jesus Christ. This guy is a fucking moron. In case you didn't notice. There's a people use this argument and it's so fucking stupid. Yeah. I want to say fucking break. Shit. Hmm. Okay. Holy shit. People are so. I tried thinking about this. It's like. I think if you're. Is there a fucking typo? Oh well. I don't understand this because it's like. I feel like if you make a video that's titled, I disagree on these things, you can. It's probably fine to not make it like a comprehensive history that's ultra fair to, but like, I don't get that. I don't get why. I mean, I know why people do it. It's because they're fucking partisans. And the problem with partisanship is that you like, if you hear anything that doesn't serve your side, it's always, what about this? What about that? What about it? Like, I even use one of the examples, like this one here, which is called Refabricating 1948. You'd think this is going to be about like 48 in its totality, right? The problem is that even this, with this like very like very broad name, is just about the intentions of the leaders and the deal with Jordan. That's all it's about. It doesn't really say anything much about Al Husseini or anything he did or any of the other Arab leaders, because it's not about that. It's about specific. disagreements. Yeah, and it's fine. People do it all the read book. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know why I need to get triggered by this shit. It's like I feel like we've done all right now. I feel like we can move on from that arc because I've never been so fucking underwhelmed by not only the arguments of like another person, but the entire community. Like everyone in my comment section, emails, Twitter. I've never been so unimpressed. Holy fuck. And that's saying something because you do meet a lot of unimpressive cunts in this space. Oh god. Are you sure you're allowed in America? Yeah. Yeah. I will get given the look at the airport. When is the next debunk video? I'm actually thinking of this is really just interesting to me. I'm thinking of doing a video on bad quotes and bad Wikipedia entries on the Israel-Palestine conflict. uh um over uh okay. Okay. Jesus Christ, that last line was a bit aggressive. Good. Yes, I haven't streamed for a while, okay? I've been bottling it in. Because I can't just like go to the shop and debate people, okay? I can't that's the social customs and shit. And I tend to respond to people. I don't like I respond I'm a responder. I don't generally just not always. Usually someone has to put something out there for me to be like, well, little do you know. But I don't know. Jesus. You responded hard. Yeah, I need to. What do I need to do today? I want to watch Silly Serious talking about Netanyahu because apparently she's done some really good videos on it, and I would like to. I'm just curious, you know. And then I need to do everything about fucking Ohio. I need to fill up my Obsidian notes that I can't even take with me unless I can get Obsidian on my phone. Hopefully I can. Yeah. This may not be so relevant now, but what makes you think Netanyahu is corrupt? Just asking. I don't know the fine details, but doesn't he have like a whole bunch of charges against him for corruption, or is it over something else? I thought he had criminal charges against him. There's an Obsidian app. Hey, what's this person's channel name? Why Ohio? Because that's where I was invited to. Because I have to save my American dumbfuck friends from fascism. Like actual fascism. Where is Silly Serious' channel though? Because if I look up Silly Serious, all I get is DGG clips. Dylan Burns, DGG. There's where are those videos on Netanyahu? I don't think she's a very big channel, which is a shame because she's very clever. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with her and everything, but she's very clever. She's very knowledgeable. It's called Blonde Politics. Oh. This is why. This branding, having two names, one for Twitter and one for YouTube. Uh-oh. Wow. Do you think I should give her unsolicited advice on branding because I'm a man? Okay. Hell yeah. Yo, Learner, love the thumbnail in the new video. Say that to Olive, to Weppy, Weaponized Discourse. She has 3 names as well. I don't even know which fucking name she's using right now. Let me see. What is she on Twitter? Is this guy, this idiot responded? Come on. Nope. They're all cowards, these people. Anyway, fuck. She's just called Weppy on Twitter, Weaponized Discourse. Oh yeah, this was a this was a thing as well, wasn't it? Oh no. Lex is so funny, man. I love Lex. It's almost like lovable that he said this. It's also maybe a bit irresponsible, but yeah. What is this? The chat is base as fuck with their anti-Ohio takes. Would you say you're a first responder? What, to American fascism? Yeah. Hell yeah. I am. Because after, because after we make the effort and we fire in, we're going to fucking, I'm going to tell everyone who disagrees with me that they're the ones who give way to fascism by not participating. I did my bit of the Iron Front to stop fascism. How many of you guys are going, actually? I don't know. PV haven't told me. I know on day 1, we got fucking 2 people to sign up. How many people have signed up? Because I know there's a channel. I don't know if you guys can talk in it or if it's just for the links. The link is in the Discord, discord.gg/wonderbox. It's on the top page, top section. It's also on my brand new subreddit, which I noticed there's been, okay, yeah, there hasn't been much for me to respond to on this just yet, but there's been some stuff. The Anna and Lex discourse. I'm going live. Video uploads. Is Learner Box a socialist? Nah, he's a Zionist. All right. Yeah, we're doing all right on here. We got some Reddit success. I don't know if we should be called boners or Box Bulla fighters. I feel like Box Bulla fighters is going to age really badly when Hezbollah fucking smashes into Israel or tries to or escalates. It's gonna age really badly when they do some bad shit. Oh God. Which they might not. Change it then. I don't know how to change this. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm a person who knows how to use Reddit? I just about know how to leave comments and to upvote things. That's all I know. Do the Omar Badar response video. I should do that because it does seem like there were one or two things that our Dustin friend got wrong. I've been because I think I might be streaming with him maybe, I don't know. But yeah, I think I might want to point out a few things that I think he gets wrong about the Israel-Palestine stuff. I've been collecting some notes in my head just from like sparse debates of like talking points that he uses that I don't think are substantiated. So I could do that. So Omar response video. I don't think Omar's right about everything either, but loners I feel is worse. Are you going to canvas for Cenk Uygur? Yeah, of course. Here, look. Wonder if we can get to 1,000. I don't even know. Cunts. We'll say cunts, not boners. See if we can do that today. Get in. He's very condescending. I don't care about people being condescending though. Like, care about facts. Oh God, is this guy still fucking replying? I don't. Destiny admits he was wrong about the settlements too after getting a viewer email. What did he say was wrong about the settlements? Oh, it was the thing about they didn't build new settlements, they only expanded existing ones. But that's really deceptive because expanding a settlement, it's actually worse than I thought, because I remember reading this from, I think it was Jeremy Pressman. There's this whole idea of like, let's say you've got fucking the West Bank, which kind of looks like that, right? And you've got your shitty settlements, you got your big fucks over here, and you got a couple of cunty ones that like Ariel going deep into here and down here. So when people say expanded settlements during the Oslo process, they don't necessarily mean that kind of shit, but what they actually mean, but they also don't mean, and I think this might be how Dustin was running it, was this, right? But that's still not good, but it's definitely not as bad as like fucking into the territory, right? But it's not even this though. What actually happened was there was some of this, but there was also some of this. There was like that kind of shit happening as well. That's a problem because that's just land that you have to swap otherwise. But there's also a worse problem, which is where you can like where they legalized outposts that used to not be illegal and incorporated them into existing settlements. So you could have an outpost that was over here, but then you legalize it, so you're actually doing this, and you're like, what the fuck? And then you're connecting them and shit. This is this, and they could have been like a mile apart or multiple miles apart. So that was a problem as well. And then that's not even to mention that there are some settlements that are recognized as Rabin did this. Rabin recognized some of the settlements as security settlements. And what he did was he committed to only working on security settlements, but not the black ones, which would be considered political settlements. He made a distinction between settlements that had security justification and ones that didn't. Barak didn't do that. Barak was just like, we're going to expand whatever the fuck. Rabin actually was the one who did only focus on security ones, I think. But Barak didn't make that distinction at all. And then what's even worse, you know that clip of Netanyahu bragging about how he fucked the Oslo Accords? And he's referring to Jordan Valley or some of the shit around here, right? And I think he was saying that they redefined security concerns in such a broad way that it kind of justified them building settlements in places that didn't actually have a security justification. And I read that in Ben Ami's book, actually. Ben Ami, when he's talking about Camp David and the Clinton parameters, is he was saying that this whole thing about a security justification for Israel being here is a myth. It's a mythology. It's either overblown or it's just bullshit, or it's just, and that's why you've got that clip of Netanyahu being like, we just defined security so that we could hold the Jordan Valley, right? Which is why I think from Camp David, the Israeli lease on this area was like between 6 and 21 years. But by the time the Clinton parameters came about, it just became 6 years. Because I think even by then, the Americans, or at least some Israelis, recognized that this whole justification for this settlement area was just a myth. It was just made up. Yeah. So, yeah. Wait, sorry. Was that what the argument was? Or is it more than that? It wasn't made up. Okay, let's find Ben and me talking about it. I'm pretty sure he described. I'm pretty sure I also just said myth, as in like either exaggerated or either exaggerated or totally made up. Where the fuck is this book that I did actually get? It's not from archive.org. Where the fuck? I can never remember this fucking website. Scars of. Oh shit. Where did I get this? Oh, here. Inflated. Scars of war, wounds of peace. There's a really good post on the subreddit. Excuse me. I do my own research. Bub. Wounds of peace. Okay, here you are. Gotcha. Gimme. Gimme. Wait, why have I... Wait. Do I not already have it? Scars. This guy is actually fucking retarded. Like, I don't know how... What the fuck is wrong with this person? You're bringing up a point that wasn't relevant to the video and the learner does not disagree with. Do you think he is Hassan or something? How is the Arab-Nazi relationship in a video about 1948? Fuck me. Oh, God. This guy's actually fucking retarded. Like, Jesus Christ. What's the thing where the Zionists made deals with the Nazis? What the fuck was that called? Havara? Thanks for... Actually... up to... Whatever. Okay. I don't know. I just... this guy, he appears in my chat every now and then. I just feel I'm just unloading. This is like multiple weeks worth of fucking rage popping up right now. Anyway, okay. Uh... No, the Havara agreement was between it was Jewish Agency, wasn't it? Jewish Agency to help Jewish people emigrate from fucking Germany to historic Palestine in exchange for them helping the Nazis to break an international strike or an international boycott. Yeah, in the early 30s. Which again, I don't fucking necessarily blame them for doing that because they wanted to get the fuck out. But it's also just like um when you're like so much of your substance, like when so much of your substance is like hinging on like comparing your opponents to Nazis, like one with like a couple of fucking factoids, it's just like it's weak. I don't know, it's so weak. Ugh. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking at Ben Ami's book. Okay. Jordan Valley. I think he uses the word mythological. That's why I said it was okay. Myth. No, that guy is just clutching at the only straw he has. It's okay, David. Don't worry. Don't worry about that guy. Don't worry about that nasty Twitter person. Hang on. Oh, there's so much fucking myth. Okay, wait. Where is he talking about the Jordan Valley? Myth. Oh, God damn it. Myth. This guy is a fucking edgy atheist. He said, what I might actually read. Oh, God. Darius Scene. It's what I want to do one day is just find an event and on stream, like just read everything about it, like, and see, and maybe just show you guys how the contradictory narratives come into play and like the politics that goes behind the framing of the historical, like, because reading all the different like arguments about Dariussene is actually like it goes so much deeper than I thought it did. Like I thought that when people called it a myth, they're referring to the exaggerated Arab version from the beginning of the war. But that's like, which was a myth. Like they exaggerated the fuck out of it. But I didn't know that people actually contested like the fucking military significance of the village, or they contest the idea of whether or not this village was seen as like a hostile entity because of like two events, one of which wasn't even really like, it was people from the village going somewhere else. I didn't know there was that whole, and then also like the Irgun and Lehi, like even today they have like, you can go on this fucking website that I was shown where you can uh there's like an Irgun archive you can look at where they literally talk about Dariussene, and it's just like an Irgun fighter. Which one is it? Yeah, Yehuda Lapidot. I don't know how to say that fucking name. Yeah, this guy just, and it's basically just his memoirs, and he's just lying throughout this whole fucking thing. Um, yeah, fuck. And the way that like different messages were given to different people. So when these guys, the Irgun, were talking to the Haganah, they were saying that like Dariussene is like a fucking fortress. It's like it's like full of fucking irregulars. There are like 150 Arabs, like Iraqis and Syrians there. Um, but then when they're talking amongst themselves, they're very complacent, and they're basically like, the reason it got so fucking rough over there and got so brutal was because they expected an easy target. They actually expected the village would be quite easy to take over. They didn't expect that there would be a lot of resistance there. So it's like they're basically telling two different stories. Yeah, I don't know, it's just really. And then also the Haganah reports of what happened afterwards. Any story that was told to them with or without verification about what happened after the battle, they basically reported it anyway because they wanted to exaggerate the events initially because they wanted to make the Ergun and Lehi look bad. And it's like, like their opponents. So it's just like, oh fuck. Yeah, there's just so much. I never thought I would be dragged down such a fucking hole over this one event anyway. Um What was I looking at? Oh yeah, Ben and me. Okay. History is a lot more complicated than a first glance.
Loner box.
Yes.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
Oh my god. I really hope it was the word fucking mythology that he used. I really hope so, because this is... How can this word happen so many times? Oh! This is a description of the Clinton parameters. A Palestinian sovereign state on 97% of the West Bank and a safe passage in the running of which Israel should not interfere, that would link the Gaza Strip, all of which clean of Jewish settlements would be also part of the Palestinian state, to the West Bank. Additional assets within Israel, such as docks and the ports of Ashdod and Haifa, could be used by Palestinians so as to wrap up a deal that for all practical purposes could be tantamount to 100% territory. Needless to say, the Jordan Valley, the mythological strategic assets sanctified by generations of Israeli generals, would gradually be handed over to full Palestinian sovereignty. So we've got Netanyahu bragging about broadening the security definitions of the Jordan Valley, and Ben Ami saying it's like a mythological strategic asset. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Fuck you if you... Okay. Okay, sorry. I should be giga specific. Wait. That's... Fuck you, David. That's why I said it was either exaggerated or completely made up, because I didn't fucking know. All right, fuck you. Jesus Christ, you are... You just want anything. You just want to go after anything. I don't think this guy is okay. I don't think this guy understands that I'm demonstrating why the whataboutism is bad. Fuck it. You framed it as malicious. Netanyahu has a fucking... Wait. I thought he fucking... Isn't there that fucking clip of Netanyahu like bragging about defining it in a malicious way? Fuck me. I don't even need to say anything. I don't. What else is this guy saying? What's this on Discord? What the fuck is this? I don't know. Oh, no. What happens when a mummy bird and daddy bird meet each other? And they like each other? Fuck me. Fuck. Translation is literally wrong. Oh, did he print that in Hebrew, first of all? This fucking CJ guy, holy shit. Where is that tweet? That's not in my replies, is it? Oh, God. Ugh. Fuck's sake. Ugh. Anyway, what was I doing? What was I supposed to be doing? Oh, sorry, I got dono. Fuck. A whole 2 smackers. OPC Dawn, thanks for the $2. Still stuck in Grace's safe. Please send help. Okay, thanks for the $2. I was trying to think about why I was trying to think about why Grace and Ben were trying to get on my. I was wondering what the purpose of them doing that was, like what they're trying to achieve. Because obviously they didn't give a fuck about me when I had like 100 viewers. So it was like it's the whole they want the attention. But why? Is it just like Is it just clout? Is it just because they like? Does one of them want to be a YouTuber? Do they both want to be YouTubers? Do they even have a channel? I don't even know if they have a channel. What the fuck is their channel? Do they both have a channel, or do they have? Let's see. Are they just called the Thorpes? What are they called? Grace is the bigger channel. Grace Thorpe. Is that her? Is that a channel name? So she has 4K subs. YouTube comments. That's good. Good touch. Extremely wealthy, insanely charismatic. Okay. I feel like she could have something to offer the space just because she's incredibly wacky, but also like quite good at navigating conversations. I feel like if I had to give career advice to this person, I would tell her to ditch her dad because she's at least a character. Her dad is just like insane and boring and stupid. Like I don't know. But then if I say that, it'll probably sound like I'm trying to save her. I don't. Oh God. Dancing for Daddy Ethan and the Groypers. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Humiliate vegan gay. I was on this vasectomy debate. Oh shit. You've got to talk about Bad Empanada, mate. No, I don't. Why the fuck would I talk about that person? Jesus Christ. Ugh. No. No, I will not. I only want Bad Empanada news if we only do Bad Empanada news stories if it's a mugshot or an obituary. That's the only two. How do I? Oh, is he trying to get on? The CJ guy's trying to get on. Oh, where is he? The fuck. Oh shit. Check DM. I'm thinking I may have found my own Smeth to torment. Grace, he's talking about you right now and even pulled up your channel on screen. It's funny how I just have to give these guys like a fucking like fragment of attention and they come in and give me fucking like money and shit. Okay. Damn. I just don't think it's a very good media strategy. Oh, CJ is in Hello.
Yep. What's going on?
Oh, you know, just streaming. How you doing?
Nice, man. So why'd you want me to come on?
I tried to get a debate with Traveling Israel. He said no. I just thought it would be okay to have the next best thing. I guess
As
that's
like a
you.
proxy type deal.
I don't know, just someone who's on that side of things, right? Because where I'm standing right now is the only counter arguments I seem to be getting are, what about this other thing? And I don't really get that, especially since if my video was titled A Comprehensive History of the 48 War, and I didn't say anything about the Arab leaders at all, or Al Husseini, or the Secretary General of the AL, if I didn't say any of that, that would probably be a bit weird, right? Like, that's why I've even criticized Ilan Pape's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, because even if, aside all the couple of factual errors, it basically just makes the entire Arab society look passive, which is weird because they
Right.
were not passive. If I'm making a video saying, I think this YouTuber is wrong about XYZ things, I think it's probably okay to just make a video about XYZ things because it's like historians do this when they debate each other on issues, right? Like that essay I sent you on Twitter. There's an essay called like Refabricating 1948, which
Mhm.
sounds broad, but in that essay, he's just talking about Zionist attitudes towards transfer and the deal with Jordan. But it would be really weird if someone challenged that essay by saying, "Where are the Al Husseinis?" And the fact that they were friends with Hitler and wanted to fucking do a Holocaust in the Holy Land. Do you see what I mean?
Kind of understand where you're coming from, but I think just kind of the point that I'm trying to drive home is that from what I understand from his perspective, it seems like, if you're trying to understand the history of the region, if you're trying to make a, basically a whole presentation about why things happened a certain way, then leaving out pretty much, some of the most important pieces of information is going to give the audience an improper understanding of the history altogether.
Do you think Traveling Israel gives a proper understanding of the history?
I think it's definitely one-sided. I think he said in one of his videos that like his grandfather was a Zionist terrorist before the war, which is kind of funny. But
Interesting.
I think that he gives a relatively straightforward understanding about the motivations of the people, which I think is probably the most important thing in understanding a war. It's understanding who threw the first blow, why they first threw the first blow, and what the reaction was, and how that's all framed. So I think those are the most important things in understanding the history, and leaving out any of those is going to give an improper understanding.
So when he says something like one of the things I disputed that he didn't address, and no one is addressing for some reason, is in his video responding to Vox, I think he said something like, the Zionist movement never said anything about removing Arabs from the land, which is like, that's not me challenging. That's not a whataboutism or that's just wrong. That's just completely false. They all, like just about every Zionist leader before 1948, way back in the 30s, even before the 1900s, were talking about at least the possibility or the ethics or their acceptance of the idea of removing Arabs to establish a Jewish state. You don't think that's not even an omission, like a factual fuck up like that, or maybe even a deliberate factual fuck up like that is like a bit worse than anything I've done? Or
I don't know if I agree with that. And again,
agree with what
whole,
though? Do you agree that like with the fact of the matter that they were pro-transfer or what?
Yeah, you could definitely find quotes from that time
No,
period.
it's not that you can find quotes. It's that there are no quotes on the record of Ben-Gurion going against it for 20 years before 48. From the 30s and the 40s, he never
but until
publicly
48,
opposed the
there were
idea of
no-
expelling Arabs.
Until 48, there were no Arabs that were kicked out of where they lived.
There was the evictions of tenant farmers. There were evictions.
When did these happen?
Throughout the 1900s.
The evictions.
Throughout the British Mandate, the Zionists would buy land, and they would, from often landowners who weren't in the country, and they would evict the tenant farmers.
Okay, but they were buying the land. They weren't forcefully removed. These people are coming and buying the land.
Well, there's a reason that at least in this day and age, that's not an ethical thing to do, right? Is when you buy a piece of land that is lived on by tenant farmers, there's usually has to be some procedure before you actually just like evict them. And then not only that, but also exclude them from your civil society and like don't let them, and like lock them out of your employment sectors and don't learn the language of the country you've gone to. And like you've got like established enclaves with the intent of starting a state. Like, so that is removal, but also the reason they didn't throw people out of the land before 48, again, they wanted to. They wanted that to happen in the Peel Commission. They thought the British would do it for them, but when the Peel Commission was rejected, then eventually, the war was the time to do it. So again, I'll ask you one more time, like, do you not think it's quite dishonest to say that they never supported the idea of expelling Arabs?
I mean, I think the idea of going somewhere, buying the land, and not learning the language, I think that's a little bit different than the idea of forcefully removing people.
That's
Why
not
did
what I
these people
asked you,
not
though.
own the land
I'm
before?
asking you about whether or not they were in favor of the idea of doing it throughout the 30s and 40s. Because I don't think I've found, there's no quote on the record, maybe in his diary, he has like ethical dilemmas, but on the record, Ben Gurion never spoke against expelling Arabs from the land in the 30s and 40s.
How much of that do you think is motivated by the Arab violence?
I'm not
towards
asking
Jews?
you about how it's motivated. I'm asking you whether or not you think it would be quite dishonest to argue against it. To say
Would
it
it be
didn't happen.
dishonest
To say
argue
he didn't
against
believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Sure.
Okay.
But again, I think like sort of to wrap up the point I'm trying to make is leaving out the fact that there was Arab violence towards Jews during this time gives an imperfect idea of what was going on.
It's a good thing that even though you falsely claimed I didn't mention that, I mentioned the Arabs rejected the partition plan and attacked 2 buses and killed 7 people. That was the day after the partition. Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah. And then obviously, I don't know, would it also be like an incomplete thing to not argue or to not point out the fact that the Jewish response to that violence, especially in the Arab Revolt, was at first very defensive, very restrained, and very much like we're protecting people as very self-defense. But then afterwards, like especially into the late 30s, they adopted a policy of aggressive defense, where you had like the Irgun going into town centers and setting off really large bombs and just indiscriminately killing like dozens of people at a time. I guess like have you ever did you know that? Did you know that like large scale urban bombings was pioneered by the Zionists in that region? That like there's actually a saying from the Arabs, which is like we learned about bombings from the Jews, because before then they just used fucking guns and grenades.
Well, wasn't the nature of that violence a little different? Wasn't it more targeted towards military installations?
No. From the Irgun? No. See, you don't know.
Well,
why are you coming at me? What the fuck, man? This is like, and I learned about this from pro-Zionist historians. Like, fuck. I'm sorry.
Wait, so what did you just do that was so epic?
I'm saying, like, you didn't know that. You didn't like. Why was your instinct to say
that?
Like,
I didn't say I know
why was
everything.
your instinct
why
to say
do you assume that I know everything?
Why was your instinct to just immediately say that it must have been targeting military? What, the Irgun? No.
No, because I'm tapping into my understanding of Zionist terrorism that happened before the establishment of the State of Israel. And I know that from what I understand, the targets they would go after would be British military. So like the hotel was one example.
That's one example. Let's find some other ones. Hang on. You can talk if you want, if you have anything else to say. Might take me a minute to find this.
Yeah, all good. Hey, everybody. How we all doing?
There must be a quicker way to save these. Okay. 147. Here's some examples. Okay, now for the first time, this is 1937, end of 37, massive bombs were placed in crowded Arab centers and dozens of people were indiscriminately murdered and maimed for the first time, more or less matching the numbers of Jews murdered in the Arab pogroms and rioting of 29 and 36. This innovation soon found Arab imitators and became something of a tradition. During the coming decades, Palestine's and later Israel's marketplaces, bus stations, and movie theaters and other public buildings became routine targets, lending a particularly brutal flavor to the conflict. The first Irgun attack occurred on November 11th, 1937, killing 2 Arabs at a bus depot near Java Street in Jerusalem and wounding 5. 3 days later, November 14th, a number of Arabs were killed in simultaneous attacks around the country, a day that the Irgun thereafter commemorated as the day of breaking the Havlaga, which is Hebrew for restraint. On July 6th, 1938, an Irgun operative dressed as an Arab placed 2 large milk cans filled with TNT and shrapnel in the Arab market town in downtown Haifa. The subsequent explosions killed 21 people and wounded 52. July 15th, another bomb killed 10 Arabs and wounded more than 30. A second bomb in the Haifa market, this time disguised as a large can of sour cucumbers, killed at least 39, injured at least 70. On August 26th, a bomb in Jaffa's vegetable market killed 24 Arabs and wounded 39. Yeah, condemned by the Jewish Agency and the left-wing Yishuv guys, but yeah, this is Irgun bombings and the Arab Revolt. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about pre-Israel Zionist terrorism, and yeah, I think the only data point I have on that one is Traveling Israel, who again, his grandfather was participating in this shit. So, I mean, that's something I'm not the most familiar with, but yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna look into it.
Yeah, I wonder why his videos never mentioned that. They just mention Al Husseini for every other time. Yeah, it's
okay, but
it's funny that, isn't
again,
it?
like,
Because
I
he
don't
actually does
think-
claim to make videos that are comprehensive understandings of the conflict, right? My one didn't claim to do
you
that.
guys both do.
No, my one video I've done that's claimed to be comprehensive was the last 100 years of Gaza. And lo and behold, a lot of fucking far left people got really angry at me for making that video because I mentioned things that the Arabs did that were bad. Like I mentioned Hebron and fucking the fact that there used to be Jews in Gaza, but they all had to fuck off in the 20s because of the rioting. So I don't know. I feel like I'm actually pretty fucking chill for that, for trying to be impartial when I'm delivering the history, but you never make everyone happy.
Well, I think like, you know, if it's like a weighted scale. So if you're showing 75% like things that were said on the Israel side, and then like 20% or less about some of the relationships or things said by the Arab side, you could see how somebody could see that as more partial than you would think.
So if they're retarded, then yeah, I can understand them saying that because they would have to look at the title of the video, maybe, or for me to say, this is a video about, and maybe to see what I've actually said the video's about. But, you know, I can't really control that side of the internet. It's like if I made a video about, or like if I read a news article about October 7th denial or like the rapes or anything like that, it would just be so strange if someone felt like they had to have a go at me for not mentioning, like, what about the brutality of the blockade and the fucking, the Israeli airstrikes and the history of Gaza and the fact that half of them are refugees and the 1940, it'd be just weird. I don't know. I feel like it's okay to talk about some things.
Well, it might be
and not
similar
have
to like
mention everything.
I know like the pro-Palestine side, they love like taking this one piece of data where they're like, okay, Haaretz told me that the IDF, they just started mowing down all these people. And they take that one little bit and they extrapolate it into their whole point, which is, oh, the IDF is violent. And they leave out the fact that it's a reaction to the fact that they were invaded by terrorists and the IDF responded, and that's messy as a motherfucker.
Yeah, well, the problem with that claim is that it's usually turned into something false, right? We do know that a tank did fire on one house that probably killed 14 Israeli hostages. But again, like if you read the original Haaretz article about that story, even they say the most of that article, like 90% of it, is about that tank hitting that fucking house, right? And being like, there should be an investigation. What if we need to know if the Hannibal doctrine was invoked when they did that? Yeah, that like, well, was it a mistake? Was it like who's in the wrong? Does someone need to be prosecuted? But again, like, yeah, the article does actually focus mostly on that. But again, you wouldn't go to the writer of that article and be like, whoa, what about the 1,000 fucking dead Israelis at the hands of Hamas that happened in the very same day? Because they're not talking about that. They're talking about this one story. I feel like I've
if
hammered that
you
point hard enough. Sorry. Okay.
if you added like a 5-minute section talking about the relationship between the Nazis and the Arab leaders during the time, I think that might have solved everything. That's it. Just
I
like a
could
little
do, yeah, I could do that, but I
even like
also,
a mention of the photograph of him sitting with Hitler.
yeah, that would be,
That
yeah,
wasn't
that would be
even in
great
the
if I, that would be great if I did that. But again, I don't have to. It's fine that I didn't. It's like, why don't, why have you,
It's
how
not
did,
that
how did
crazy of a
how did
piece
Al
of
Husseini become Grand Mufti?
Like he was appointed by the British.
Yeah, so that's kind of important, isn't it? Like the fact that he came fourth out of 4 people, the fact that he wasn't actually the chosen guy by the Muslim notables, and the fact that he did actually have an opposition that his family violently repressed. Sometimes I think one of the times in the Arab Revolt, people who opposed the violence, leaders who opposed the violence in the Arab Revolt, were literally thrown into fucking pits with snakes and scorpions. So I feel like if we're talking about Al Husseini, we probably have to mention that it's actually quite debatable how much he represented the average Palestinian view. But I think you could also say that he still also incited riots and he still had the capacity to draw massive crowds to his speeches. So yeah, you can go, but that's the point, is that if you want to give a fair story on Al Husseini, you have to add in all these fucking caveats, because just saying met with Hitler, Palestinian leader, that's not even really telling the full story either.
Well, I think it's a pretty mild piece of criticism that is kind of falling on deaf ears, I think is really what's going on.
Yeah, it would be a lot more substantial criticism if I had titled the video to be a comprehensive understanding of the war, or if I'd said anything like that at the beginning of the video, but I didn't.
You're criticizing somebody who is doing a historical explanation video about the war, so that's kind of implied.
Well, he was responding to Vox, so even his video is mostly just responding to pro-Palestinian takes that he thinks are bad. That's why I challenged him on the facts, because it's just
I'm criticizing a
reaction,
reaction right now. This
is what it is.
God,
but
man,
I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe just a complete. Do you think from talking to me now, like, you think these are things I'd like to? I have an interest in hiding, or is that like?
No, it's not even about you. I didn't say that you're hiding it. I'm saying it's something that maybe should have been added to the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
I don't think you're deceptive. I think you have this compulsion to play both sides, but I don't think you're a liar.
I don't know if it's a compulsion. It's just both sides say dumb shit. Yeah, a lot. I don't know. Yeah,
but I mean, like, oftentimes one side is going to be more right than the other side.
Do you think if I don't think I buy what you're saying. I think if I had mentioned Al Husseini in maybe the part about the partition plan, that he was a bad leader and all that, and the Nazi shit, even if I'd done that, I think people would find, people like with your instincts would find something different. They would say, what about Kfar Etzion massacre, right? They would say something like that. Or what about the fucking medical convoy massacre? You didn't mention any of that, but why do you talk about Deir Yassin? Like, I think you guys always find something. It's just, yeah.
What is you guys?
Partisans.
How am I partisan?
You sound like a partisan. I feel like that argument that you're making about the Al Husseini thing, that's really maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you would say.
Genuinely how I feel. I think that's an important piece of the puzzle.
So if I'd mentioned Al Husseini for like 60 seconds, there would have been no issue with me devoting 20 minutes to Deir Yassin, but saying nothing about Kfar Etzion or the medical convoy.
I think maybe just including the picture of him sitting and collaborating with Hitler might have been.
Yeah, but that's clearly the important thing to you. I feel like if the video's about Deir Yassin, I feel like something that's more adjacent to that would be like the retaliations, right? Like Kfar Etzion and the medical convoy. But I didn't mention either of those. They're a lot more relevant to that particular topic than Al Husseini is.
I mean, it's certainly possible, but I don't know. It's just my opinion.
So do you see what I mean, though? Is like trying to appease this kind of like angle just means you have to you're gonna people who want to argue in that way is they're gonna bring up something. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think understanding the Nakba through a lens other than people responding to violence is inaccurate. And I think systemic violence can be seen through relationships with other world leaders. And the fact that, maybe he isn't the most loved leader, maybe he isn't the most blah, blah, blah. that doesn't change the fact that he is the person that is representing this group of people.
I think his popularity matters. Like if he had like obviously if he would have lost a democratic election before he was suppressing all his opponents and like naturally making himself the logical figure, yeah, that might have changed some things. But again, yeah, he did represent at least a large portion. So
wasn't also a huge component of the violence from Arab people towards Jews, the like the Arab propaganda during the time, where it was saying things like, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just like going through my friggin' head here, but they were saying that like, you know, Arab women were getting raped and all these horrible things were happening, which were causing Arab people to be preeminently violent, even though the situation wasn't exactly what was being told to them.
That's well, the exaggerations of Deir Yassin. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Deir Yassin, yeah, the main impact of the exaggerations of Deir Yassin was that people fled, not that they fought harder. But yeah, that's what I meant. That's why Kfar Etzion and the medical convoy, I think those were both reprisals for Deir Yassin, right? That's what, yeah. I think the people were getting massacred in Kfar Etzion, the gunman actually was screaming Deir Yassin as he did it, apparently. But that's still not the like, yeah, Deir Yassin was exaggerated by fucking everyone. The Irgun exaggerated the numbers as well to make themselves look good and to make that look and to inspire fear. The Haganah were okay to exaggerate the numbers because it made the Irgun, their opponents, look bad. So yeah, there's a few. But at the end of the day, people were killed after they surrendered. So it's like I don't really know. That's gonna make people angry anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what happened in 1948 is just like it's horrible. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Again, it's hard for me to put too much. What am I trying to say here? What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that, yeah, I don't know. I had a very small piece of criticism, and you know, I'm trying to explain why Traveling Israel might have felt the way he did, and then you're attacking me. What the hell's up with that?
Oh, you replied to my Twitter. Am I not allowed to fight with people on Twitter? That's what we go on for.
No, I like fighting with you on Twitter. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to sum up why somebody else is mad at you, and then you're putting that on me.
Oh no, he's mad at me because I caught him red-handed being objectively wrong about pretty bold claims. He didn't mention any of them in his video. That's why he's mad. But it's is what it is.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I don't know what else I have to say to you. Like, do you have anything for me? Like, what do you need me to answer for anybody else? Is anybody else mad at you? Maybe I can sum that up for you.
I don't know. Probably like far left people.
Yahoo! I'll do a whole research project on them. Are you and Vosh friends?
Yeah, we go on. Yeah.
Yeah, what does he think of this whole thing? I feel like he's kind of stuck in between a lib and a tanky place with his audience on a lot of this stuff. Is he like anti-Israel, anti-Houthi?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a very independent thinker.
Trying to think of what else. Yeah, I don't know. That's basically it.
Okay. Well, if you ever have anything else you want to bring up, you're more than welcome in here, okay?
Okay, so if I see, if I get blinded red with anger and I need to yell at you for a while, you're open to that?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'll be holding my breath. Take care, Lonerbox. Thanks for the chat.
And yourself, man. Take care. He was all right. Well. Yeah. Stay out of America. Hell no. I'm colonizing America. Dude, Douglas Murray. I don't want to watch Douglas Murray. I think someone said I should watch this fucking interview with him and Netanyahu, and I'm like, what the fuck do I want? No. Jesus Christ. Why? Why would I watch that? Ugh. And today, from the and today from the Institute for Fuck Brown People. Oh, no, no. Cover the Reddit post about Hassan's dad. No, that's creepy as fuck. Because Hassan did not indulge in smears against my family. Admittedly, they were false, but he didn't know that. He just assumed that. So, whatever. The least I can do is not go after his fucking dad when he didn't go after mine, you know? Listen, me and Hassan's dads, all right, leave him out of it, okay? They're fine. They're vibing. When are you going to America? I'm going in 2 days. You can't stop me. I'm so disappointed. Why are you disappointed, Vovia? Grumpy fuck. Oh god, there's like a... What the fuck? I need to... I don't know how I can be... Hang on. I don't know how I can be so careful and so... What's the word? Vigilant with the anti-Semitism and the, like... And the worst excesses of pro-Palestinian stuff. And I still get this shit in my fucking comment section. Holy fuck. Why? It's the fact that there are 19 likes. The video hasn't been out for that long. Literally, this is a 10 Nazi fucking YouTube channel. Oh god. There are 20 Nazis at the table, bro. Fuck. That's too many Nazis. Why? Why did they come to me? I feel like I'm... I feel like I'm one of the last motherfuckers that they need. Like, there's plenty of other creators that will indulge that shit when I won't. What the fuck? Alright, where is it? I should just remove that. Should I remove it or respond to it? I don't know. Where are we? Where are we? It's not showing up on my feed. Did YouTube delete it? Chosen. Oh, yeah. Bro, fuck this person. Jesus Christ. Get out. Fuck off. Ban. There you go. Does the claim your dad is a phalangist come from bad empanada? Of course it does. Who else would... Who else would make an assumption like that based on the fact that I am from Lebanon? Jesus. Zach, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 4 months now. I really appreciate that. I'm here to beg you to bring this CJ guide on. Well, I did. Hey, OPC Dom with the $2. You're a good detective. I'm impressed. Well, okay. Would you say that Nakba denialism is ban-worthy? Depends on what people mean by denialism. There are some parts of the Nakba I think are worth debating, because it's so hard to find ideal sources on it. But yeah, it just depends on what the denialism is. If someone's going to do the whole they left of their own accord thing after being presented with a fucking shred of the evidence that they didn't, that's maybe I would just. But that's more that's just bad faith on top of just being kind of gross. I don't know. I was supposed to watch Silly Serious. Blonde Politics didn't win to. You got banned for that reason when I just said there were pull factors. Yeah, I know, that's because my mods are soy. That's why that happened. And I told them not to ban you, okay? I brought you back. Do you think you'll do a genetics research stream about who is more indigenous to the land? What, with, for America? I find out how genetically American I am. Sure. Who the fuck is this? Hello?
Hey, Lona. Man.
Why is your name Loner Box I'm Here?
Why
Who
can't
are
I
you?
hear you
Hello?
talk?
Yeah, hello? Hello?
All right, I can hear you now.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're the. Okay, yeah, I know who you are. Okay, cool.
Oh, you already know me? Damn, famous.
Yeah.
I've adopted David into my Discord, and he likes it there. Anyway.
Good. Oh,
Uh,
can you turn yourself up? Is there any way you can do that? Because you're
yeah,
maxed out on my end.
Once. Is this loud enough? Is this loud enough or?
That's fine. Yeah, I can control that.
All right, hold on. Here,
Why is David
I
trying
even
to come in here as well? What the fuck?
because he loves me.
Okay. Do you want me to bring him in as well, or would you just have him?
That's sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. I did want to kind of poke at your brain regarding Cloud Custom. I'm not sure if you've read on it yet or not.
Not enough, I don't think. But so yeah,
yeah,
I'm not
no.
gonna have anything too valuable to say about it.
Yeah. So, here, there is this phenomena in Israel, where no matter what new information comes about what happened in the past, they'll stick to the first story that makes Israel look good.
I'm kind of noticing that, yeah.
Yeah, and that is usually, and I'm not sure about pro-Israelis outside of Israel, but within Israel itself, that is usually the narrative that they stick to. And obviously that's the one they believe. And then when they do content and people that are pro-Israeli watch that content from abroad, they immediately believe it because they have those so-called quotes, evidence of whatnot, like of what was first released, but obviously later evidence came and debunked what was originally claimed. So that's why you have a lot of these people like Traveling Israel. I've seen his videos before. He is he's similar to a lot of these pro-Israeli TikTokers or YouTubers. Like, well, what's his name? Rudy Rachman, for example. But Rudy Rachman's like more spiritual. Or there's another guy called Hanafali or something, and he just basically retweets any and every Israeli propaganda possible on Twitter. And it's just that type of similarity that you will have. And you will always see this. You'll always have this. Even if you debunk Traveling Israel and have this conversation with him one-on-one, as soon as you guys forget about each other, he's going to just repeat the same thing that he wants people to hear. And that's like the problem I mostly faced talking to pro-Israelis. And obviously I don't have an audience, but I stopped talking to pro-Israelis because I've realized they don't want to hear or have a conversation about what's true, what's not. They just want to get you to side with them on what they believe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Do you think this is something unique to the pro-Israeli side?
Oh, definitely not. Of course not. Pro-Palis do this all as well. It's really like here. I've noticed something.
I think what you're describing is more of like a partisan problem or someone who's so emotionally attached that they no longer listen to actual arguments or any
do-
facts rather than like a epidemic of a certain geographic area.
Well, David, I've noticed one small difference between pro-Palis and the pro-Israelis, or like at least Israelis, not pro-Israelis. Pro-Israelis can change their mind, obviously. Israelis themselves that are on the right, like no matter how many conversations I have with them, they will never change their mind. Even if they are flat out like false. Like even when it comes down to my village, they start to make up information from themselves to justify what happened there, because it just like here, Loner, do you know about the claim where people are like, oh, well, they weren't lined up, so it wasn't a massacre, right?
Oh yeah, that's a very
Well,
popular one.
in Kfar Qasim, they were lined up. They were taken down from trucks and lined up and then shot and killed. Like, so, and you would still have people like, oh, it happened because that village house terrorists. False as well. Like, they will make up, and even if they don't have anything to like back why that massacre happened, they would be like, oh, well, you had 2 terrorist attacks come out of your village for the last 2 years or something. Like, they would do shit like that. You know, they don't care about what's the truth. They just want you to side with them with what they know. That's just usually it is, and that's why I don't really engage with the like people like travel in Israel. No, I'm not Karantos, but I am Arab. Is Karantos Arab?
He's Somali.
Somali.
Okay, well, yeah, Somali. Basically there. Regardless, the difference I've noticed, David, is when I talk to pro-Palis that aren't Palestinian and don't live here and don't necessarily know much, and I do tell them things about Israel that, you know, Israel isn't exactly, you know, you can't compare it to Nazi Germany, and that's just completely false on all grounds. They kind of take in some of that information, maybe not all of it. They do take some of it in.
But what you're describing is a bias where you hear someone from your own side and you're more willing to accept something if your own side tells you, oh, that's not true. The same thing happens with where I like talk with my family and I explain to them, like, no, yeah, it's true. Like, the origin of Nakba was just meant to be the catastrophe of like losing to Jews, but that doesn't mean you dismiss the horrific things that happened at that time, just because the Nakba started as a propaganda, like the word itself from like a Syrian guy.
Yeah, sure, it
like
started, but that's what most people label it. So that's what we should use it
yeah,
as.
my point is like when you tell people from your own side, this is going to be much easier for them to react and change their opinions. I think
But I've not seen that
that's
with
something seen
Israelis.
through. I do. I actually do.
Well, but I'm technically Israeli though, David, and they don't take my they don't take my opinions. Like, do I have to be Jewish Israeli for that opinion to be taken? Like, I'm not sure where the correlation.
It's probably slightly relevant. I think. Yeah, I think the same would be true of a Arab Israeli if a Jewish Israeli told them that something about the Palestinian side.
Okay,
I think they would be more hesitant.
Well, here, let me give you the example. You've seen Jewish Israelis that are far more on the left than I could ever possibly be from my server, right? Remember?
Yes, you pick out the most especially self-hating ones.
I wouldn't say self-hating, more so hating Israel.
You know, they
hate Israel.
They do a few goon sessions every time they hear a couple of IDF soldiers died. A couple.
That's just Boglin. No, it's Boglin. He's insane. But hey, you.
And then you have the Tunisian Jews, and then you have
the Tunisian Jews,
not the last Tunisian Jew on earth.
Well, no, the Tunisian Jew isn't exactly even anti-Israel. Anyway, this is all information that's new to Lonerbox. Regardless, Lonerbox, what I mainly came in here for regarding about Kfar Qasim massacre is that there is documents that are still sealed, but we know a part of them, which is called the Hanaferet operation. And it was supposed to be just in the similar style of the Nakba, where they commit massacres, in quotations, as a mistake in those villages in hopes that we flee to the West Bank, which was Jordan at the time. Would you consider that state terrorism?
Um, probably. I don't know. I hate the word terrorism because technically states don't do terrorism. It's only non-states, at least as far as the way it's used.
I would
but
accept it.
yeah, why not? Like it's like it would be a distinction without a difference if it were. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I would love to see a video from you on it because it is a pretty interesting thing, and no one ever talks about that massacre. And that massacre is probably the biggest stain on Israel's history.
The fact that it happened so long after the war, right? Like, yeah, 8
Yeah,
years
but it was
after
a
the war? Yeah.
continuation. But it was an attempt to continue and like proceed. Here, what their plan was to pretty much ethnically cleanse the Triangle area. Do you know where the Triangle area is?
Yeah, it's like Negev, right?
No,
Or-
way more north. It's
Oh.
like the inland of Tel Aviv and Jaffa, and
Oh.
so it's like the triangle includes also part of the West Bank, but people now only refer to the one inside of Israel because we have our own
Oh,
dialect.
this okay. What
Yeah.
what do they call it? Oh, is it like the 9 points or something when they talk about like the way that they connected Israel to the Negev, like when they connected the top part to the Negev? Am I thinking of something
Yeah,
different?
pretty much.
Yeah, okay. Sorry,
So
this is different.
the triangle area would be the most southern part of it would be Kfar Qasim because it's when they talk about the triangle they usually just mean the Arab towns, but when they're talking about the triangle they mean the Arab towns. So the most southern part of it would be Kfar Qasim, and then the most northern part of it would be al Fahm. No, like al Fahm isn't exactly included in it; it's a bit north of it.
Mhm.
But there's a bunch of villages in there that are Arab, Jet, Jaljulia, Kufr Bara, Taibe, Tire, Kalansawe. All those villages and all of them were supposed to have massacres just like in Kfar Qasim. But apparently the commanders on the ground thought it was too inhumane because those people weren't fighting. They weren't doing anything, they were farming.
Yeah.
So most of them didn't go through with the orders, except for the one in my village, which did go through with the order. So
wait, this was actually state ordered massacres.
yes, the documents that
Okay.
were declassified in 2021, I believe, by a organization. Let me get the organization name. I sent you the source on it. That like the Akavot. The organization is called Akavot. It's an Israeli organization that did this whole investigation into it. They fought for it. And I had a relative that was pretty high. Well, not really pretty high, but he was well connected that pretty much let the gag order be taken off certain documents regarding this. And that's why we know as much as we do. I think he did it mostly because his father was killed in it.
Mhm.
So, yeah, no, he wanted to know the truth. And obviously, the truth was it wasn't an accident, like most Israelis usually claim. But yeah, even with this new information, Israelis, like I said, will be like, oh, it was a tragedy and it was an accident. So they would never take new information given to them. Even once I told them about the new information, they would just go and repeat the same thing. We're like, oh, it was an accident or a mistake.
Yeah. I have never heard that story, so I might have to.
Well, here, I'll
into
send you the link again of
Yeah.
it. And I also
Are there
sent you the
out of interest, are
earliest
there
video.
any Israeli historians who talk about that who describe it as a state ordered attack?
I'm not. That's the thing. I don't know if anyone writes
Like
about
the killing. I mean, yeah, like, the actual.
Oh, the
killing.
killing, you will probably see a lot of it. Let me see if Benny. I don't know if Benny. I was hoping Benny Morris writes about it, but because it was interesting. But Benny Morris is more interested in what happened during the Nakba than anything else.
Yeah, because oh shit, hang on. It makes me wonder if it. I feel like I've seen it in Righteous Victims, but
How's it?
like I think I saw it in the fucking index, but I can't remember. Why is my camera? Fuck! Why did it shrink? All right, hang on. Jesus.
But yeah, the source I sent you in Discord is basically even shows you the like pictures of the declassified documents in Hebrew while translating them into English.
All right, that's pretty valid.
So yeah, no, it's like it's unrefutable.
Okay.
And it also shows you the pictures of the newspaper when they tried to slander the victims, saying the victims attacked the soldiers, etc. Like, there was attempts to cover up, attempts to slander, and then attempts to full on like say that the village was trying to commit attacks. So yeah, no, it was pretty bad back then.
Okay.
And and I'm not. I think I don't know what experts would say this, but I've heard some people say this. Political, like affiliated people say this, that this massacre in particular is what pushed Jewish leaders on the left to end like martial law over Arabs in Israel.
Okay.
So it was a pretty big deal in Israel's history.
Actually, I don't think I've seen it. Yeah, I might not have seen it mentioned here. Yeah, okay. I'll have to look out for that.
So why did you want to come here, David?
Yeah, why do you want to come
Oh
here,
no, I just thought you were overhyping how much I enjoyed your Discord and how
No, I mean you just talked to two people and you were like, "What the fuck?" and then that's it.
I mean
I'm a lot.
I've been there for a
I'm
while.
I'm a lot less. I'm a lot more reasonable than some of the leftist Jewish Israelis. They're not even just Jews abroad; they're Israelis that live here.
Damn.
Listen, he has some Jewish Israelis that make some Hamas members look moderate.
Nah, come on. You already okay? First off, maybe boggling on a bad day,
You're definitely Poglin on a good day.
but the other everyone else is pretty normal. He was the counterbalance to Maddie.
Wow.
I accept he got rid of the one unhinged person.
Listen,
On
she was
the
gonna.
Jewish
She was
side.
like, okay.
Well,
Hold on,
not Jewish,
Loner
he's
Box.
Christian.
Loner Box. I have to ask you a question. Would you be okay with a person who got upset at this statement? This Palestinian said, "Oh, I don't really feel empathy for settlers in the West Bank," and this person lost their shit over that statement. Even though a day before they said, "Oh, if 2.3 million Gazans have to die for Hamas to be gone, so be it."
But they said they didn't feel sympathy for settlers.
Yeah, so
An
this
Israeli person
Palestinian,
said this, or a Palestinian.
a Palestinian said they don't feel sympathy for settlers,
Okay.
and then this conservative American lost
Okay.
their shit about that statement, even though a day prior they said if 2.3 million Gazans have to die for Hamas to be gone, so be it.
It's just the old cycle of violence, eh?
Yeah, so I
When will
was
it
done
end?
with. So that's why I was done with that conversation and removed one of the psychos.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked
It was
up.
Okay.
David. If you want to connect with her, you can. She's on this. She's on TikTok. Go for it.
Whoa. I don't approve of her, to be clear. I just think is that if Boglin, of all people, who has vicious, I'm not going to say what he does every time he sees an IDF person die and makes like the most unhinged jokes on earth or serious things on earth. And then if you're
No,
going to keep
but
that guy,
do I push back
which
on it?
I'm fine with him being there. What?
Okay, do I push
can push
back
back.
on that? I do push back on it because there's this whole thing where like, is IDF soldier gets attacked, people will start justifying violence against Palestinians, and then when violence happens against Palestinians, Israelis will justify it because like it will just spark a cycle. So there's no point to anyone getting attacked. There's no justification. I can't help how people feel if they don't feel sympathy for certain groups of people like IDF soldiers. Sorry, I don't feel empathy for IDF soldiers. Realistically and logically, I don't want them to get hurt either, because it will just because they're the civilian they're all interconnected with the civilian population of Israel as well. It will push more extremism. So obviously, I don't want soldiers to get the IDF soldiers that are just fresh out of high school to get hurt either, because they don't know much about the world either yet, and they just got put into the military because they have to. Although they are kind of, forced to think that the IDF is the greatest thing to happen on earth. And I say this as a joke a lot to Israelis. If they worshipped Hashem as much as they worship the IDF, they would have Mashiach by now.
Wow.
Base. Nice one.
Yeah.
All right.
hit harder
We're
if I
talking
was
about
religious.
Discord moderation from a server that I don't know about. So, do you guys have any other memes?
yeah.
Or?
No, that's it. I just wanted your 2 cents on the Kfar Custom thing.
Okay, as soon as
Okay.
I fucking learn about it, I'll let you know. Yeah,
I
it's on
sent
my
you
list.
sources,
I
man.
know you did, but I'm a busy guy. Okay, but yeah, it's on my list for sure. I'm
Okay.
currently
Bye-bye.
at 1930 fucking 9, so we're getting there. We're getting there.
I
One
believe
day
in you.
soon.
Okay.
Bye bye.
But shut you.
Bye-bye. Ooh. Wow, Lorna Block, it's so cool that you can encourage such a broad perspective discourse. Brr, 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 brr. Is this the Jubilee you were? I wasn't planning on a Jubilee style thing. I was planning on. I'm still planning. I was thinking of. I don't know how I want to do it. I don't know if I want to do interviews. Or if they interview each other. I don't know. I don't know. Shit. This guy's as Palestinian as I'm Latina. Scarlett, you are a very unpleasant person sometimes, but you know, pop off. You just have no positivity ever. Let's talk about how much Ohio sucks. Oh yeah. Have Katie interview Cher. That would be I would feel very bad for Cher having to put up with that. Navigate that. Didn't he say he's Israeli? He said it in the sense that he has the citizenship. Yeah. He's a Palestinian who lives in Israel. All your content is about how Israelis are cringe. That's it. That's actually all I talk about. That's so true, Scarlett. Don't lie to me. Like you get like if I'm shitting on the Houthis or the Houthi supporters or fucking Bad Bunny, you still get mad, okay? Stop. Don't lie to me. You still find something to get grumpy about. All right? Anyway. Why do the Lib Dems have more of a presence in Scotland compared to previous election polls? Probably because people are fed up with. Probably because people are fed up with SNP. They've been around for too long. Stop acting like you're God's gift to the earth for condoning Bad Bunny. Condemning, you mean? Is Hassan low hanging fruit? Biggest Twitch streamer politics ever? What is this video? Let's see it. Whoa.
Benjamin Netanyahu, often affectionately referred to as Bibi, but not in this video, is the longest-serving Prime Minister of Israel and also
Why do they call him Bibi? Bibi. Bebe. Yeah, it's it's affectionate, yeah, to make him look soft. Because he's the one who guards us all against anti-Semitism.
the Prime Minister who's been in charge for most of the period since the Oslo peace process. If you pay attention to Israel and Palestine, you would know that there hasn't been a lot of progress on peace in the last 30 years. And Netanyahu gives a reason for this. He says that
the people of Israel and I are prepared to make such an historic peace. But we must have a Palestinian partner who's equally prepared to make this peace.
You make peace, but only with an enemy that wants peace. The real question is,
Peace.
do the Palestinians want peace with Israel? I'm prepared to negotiate a final agreement, but I need a partner.
What was Netanyahu's opinion on the Trump peace plan? I feel like Netanyahu's definition of peace is something that Palestinians would never concede to. but in like a rightly so kind of way. But
as we're doing right now, and negotiate peace. I'm
he
ready
thought it
to
was
do it.
based.
Is President Abbas ready to do it?
In order to be a good partner for peace, you need to actually want peace. You need to be willing to compromise. You need to be trustworthy. You need to be legitimate to the people you represent. And you need to be able to control your coalition partners.
His guys negotiated it. Yeah, so he doesn't actually. Yeah, he wants a. Yeah, so he wants a peace that they but would never be accepted. Yeah. Okay.
And I couldn't help but wonder, was Netanyahu really a partner for peace?
Ooh.
If you're watching this video
Was he?
contemporaneously, Israel is currently at war and things are not looking good for Netanyahu. But Netanyahu really knows how to win in a situation where it looks like he's going to lose. So I've decided to investigate whether or not he
People say that the problem with Palestinian militancy is solely to Islam. Ignore the fact that most Palestinian Christians hate Israel too. Agree. Thanks for the $5. Yeah, people who say it's all about Islam are fucking retarded, whatever.
really is a partner for peace. Over 3 videos, I'm going to look into his influences. I'm going to look into his track record when it comes to the peace process. And I'm going to investigate the level of legitimacy he has with the Israeli public and the amount of control he has over his coalition partners. I want to put a disclaimer up front. If you're the kind of person who loves dates and locations and coordinates, this video is going to be underwhelming for you. That's not the kind of history I'm interested in. It's not the way I learn. This is very much a study of personality, relationship, and context. So definitely use it as a springboard. I've put a lot of resources.
You mean it's feminine? You mean it's feminine content is what it
Low, and I've also linked some videos of historians I think are really good in this area on YouTube. But back to Benjamin.
Who's she listed as good historians? Is it me? Is it me? She thinks Benjamin Netanyahu's like, oh. I've heard of this guy. Never read him. Okay.
I wanted to start with Vladimir Zeev Jabotinsky, who I think has the biggest ideological influence on Netanyahu. Other than
why is Islam not the whole motivator? Oh, because some Palestinians are Christian and they fucking hate Israel as well. Yeah. Like, and also because in what motivated Palestinian fucking anger in the 40s was not religion so much as it was nationalism. Like, even with the PLO and all that, those guys were not like massive fucking, they weren't like fundamentalists. They weren't like Iran or Al Qaeda or ISIS or even Hamas. They were secular nationalists, right? So, yeah.
Than maybe Ayn Rand, which is why he has a degree in architecture. But Jabotinsky is the one who shapes his views on Zionism and the State of Israel. Jabotinsky is the intellectual father of Likud, and he's very important to the Netanyahu family. Netanyahu's dad, Ben Zion, is his personal assistant and confidant. He's a pallbearer at his funeral. Benjamin Netanyahu has also identified himself as a student of Jabotinsky, saying that he was proud to follow his path. At the founding of Israel, there were 2 main Zionists charging the path. That is David Ben-Gurion and Jabotinsky. A lot of people think Zionism is a reaction to anti-Semitism, and it is, but it more specifically is a reaction to the failures of emancipation and liberalism in Europe to fix the problems of anti-Semitism. Take, for instance, the Dreyfus Affair, a secular Jewish man who, for all intents and purposes, is as French as you could get, still taking the fall when push comes to shove because he is othered, because he is Jewish. Early Zionism is very fringe and very intellectual. Some of the first thinkers really pushed to make the Jewish people into a Hegelian.
It's really well edited. I like the music is really good levels. The lighting is good. The way the words come around.
Yeah. Subject, which just means there are people with a shared history and a shared future that have a material dimension. So in this case, the material dimension is the land of Israel. So the Jewish people stop being the people of a religion and start being the people of a nation. In the early days of the Yishuv, which is what we call the Jewish community in Palestine prior to the establishment of the State of Israel, Zionism was very socialist. David Ben-Gurion was very influenced by socialist thinkers, but realized it's kind of hard to have a working class revolution when you don't have a working class. And therefore, his style of Zionism believed that a Jewish working class had to be created, and that meant that Jewish diaspora had to move to the lands of Israel and give up their life in the mercurial class or the intelligentsia and work the land and become a working class. And only through that would a true Jewish identity be cultivated. This working class would create in Palestine a socio-economic infrastructure that would make the request for a state a viable possibility at the right moment. For Jabotinsky and the revisionist party, this was a complete waste of time.
I love the revisionist. I love this fucking Ben-Gurion story. It's so funny. Oh God, this thing here. But not all Olim came away from first encounters with such negative feelings. David Ben-Gurion met his first Arabs on the way to Jaffa in 1906. They made a very good impression, Ben-Gurion wrote to his father. They are nearly all good-hearted and are easily befriended. One might say that they are like big children. But delight was soon to be mixed with apprehension and anxiety. As the ship carrying Ben-Gurion docked off Jaffa, the harbour was suddenly filled with skiffs, and Arabs clambered up the sides of our ship. The shouting and shoving were awful. Porters carried the young Ben-Gurion to a skiff, and then from the skiff to dry ground. He literally arrived in the promised land on the back of an Arab. That's fucking mental. What a fucking ridiculous story. But yeah. Like, it's interesting when it comes to colonialism because I think early Zionism, even pre-British Mandate, is, I don't know if there was ever been like a colonialism where very immediately both groups saw themselves as the superior ones. Because obviously when the Zionists arrived, they saw Arab culture as very like backward and fucking like primitive and all this shit. And like that's why they felt like they told themselves that they were coming there to cultivate the land and to like vitalize the area and drain the swamps, like literally. But also Arabs, like coming out of the Ottoman Empire, especially as Muslims, had just been under an empire of like 500 years, considering Muslims superior. So, yeah, that must be and obviously, I think a big part of the Arab humiliation of even early Zionism, it wasn't like, it was mostly like being evicted and being fucking like all that shit and having like a country like the concept of a country kind of taken away from you in part, but also the fact that it was being done to you by people who you considered below you. Like, yeah, that was yeah.
A state wasn't earned, it was demanded. While David Ben-Gurion was more into cautious diplomacy and pioneering, Jabotinsky was into the political, military aspects of the state. David Ben-Gurion loved socialism, Jabotinsky hated it. He had a very different idea about how society should be organized. It was the 1930s, so his opposition to a socialist state organization wasn't a laissez-faire liberal economic order. It was much more a hierarchical, state-controlled kind of ideology. He was much more interested in a corporate society. He liked Mussolini's Italy, Salazar's Portugal, or Dollfuss's Austria. Jabotinsky's Zionism was also a reaction to liberalism, which he had very much fallen out of love with. For him, liberalism was nothing more of a dream of justice without violence, which relied on the sympathy, tolerance, and goodness of men, things that he had absolutely no confidence in. In 1910, he wrote a book, Homo homini lupus, which translates to man is a wolf to man. In fact, he even changed his name. He took the Hebrew name Zeev, which means wolf, because he so strongly adhered to this idea. In that work, he declares that liberalism is dead, and one of the main themes is that just because someone has been oppressed, we shouldn't assume that they won't go on to oppress others who are weaker than them. That's a silly assumption.
Stupid is the person who believes in his neighbour, good and loving as the neighbour may be. Stupid is the person who relies on justice. Justice exists only for those whose fists and stubbornness make it.
This guy definitely took the black pill. Holy shit. This guy is Sneeko. He is Andrew Tate. Holy fuck.
Possible for them to realise it.
He's
Do
a
not
realist.
believe anyone. Be always on guard. Carry your stick always with you. This is the only way of surviving in this wolfish battle of all against all.
He very much bought into the idea that every man was a king. All men act on their instincts and impulses to gain power and domination. And a huge reason for this is because Jabotinsky believed that European culture was simply superior to non-European culture. And that was part of what he thought was a merit to Zionism. Jabotinsky really felt that Zionism was an expression of European culture, and therefore the Zionist product, the State of Israel, would be an expression of European culture in the Middle East. In 1913, he wrote a piece called On Race, which is always a good start. In this piece, he asserts that every nation has a racial component that all of its citizens share, and therefore race and nation actually overlap. And he went on to say that physical appearance and intellectual capacity are actually connected, and therefore every race has a particular psychology to them. Then he said that a uniformity in that psychology is necessary for the nation.
You know what I think, something I learned quite recently was this idea of like Zionists pursuing the idea of like aggressive defense, as in it wasn't just we're going to focus on defending our parts or like tit for tat. It was going to be like if two villagers attack us, we're going to fucking take tabs on the entire village and like kill like 5 people, like that kind of thing. Yeah, like you fuck us, we'll fuck you 20 times harder, like this kind of thing. Yeah, and I think what I didn't know, I don't think I've ever heard anyone else mention, is that one of the big influences on that, these guys were writing around like the 1920s, right? But I think the time when the Haganah adopted that like aggressive defense thing, because they used to have a policy of restraint, but I think it was around 1937 when they started going much more aggressive in their defense doctrine. And I think one of the big influences of that was a Scottish person. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone else mention this, but it was a Scottish person called Charles Ord Wingate, who was there under the British, but he was a Christian Zionist, and he, like a very strange Christian Zionist. I think he had this he had this idea that
if the
one
Islamic
day
regime of Iran collapses / pulls support for militant Islamist groups like Hamas, do you think more moderate voices in Palestine will become more prominent?
Don't know, sorry, but thanks for the $10. I really appreciate that. Yeah, like this guy basically wanted to. He saw himself as one day heading a like an apocalyptic Jewish army, like very crazy religious Zionist Christian, and he became very friendly with the Zionists in the 30s. So much so that they actually referred to him as like their code name for him was the Friend. And when he was helping them with their operations during the Arab Revolt, he basically encouraged them to defend themselves in a more aggressive way, like offense is the best defense, basically. So they would they would start ambushing people who, if they were from a village that allowed like rebel bands to operate in them. So if there was a village where there were rebels, they would like just attack the whole village, basically. So they had a very, very, very like no holds barred approach. But apparently it was like a really big influence was this Scottish dude. Yeah. They had a patrol called the Special Night Squads. So that because the British troops would just set up camps in the night during the riots, like they wouldn't do that much at nighttime, but like these guys with the Special Night Squads around like nighttime would raid different villages where they thought rebels were, or where they thought like or where attackers had come from. Yeah. So, damn. Oh yeah, so to your question, June Noob, sorry from earlier. If the Islamic regime I have no idea. The thing is it's not like people think that the lack of moderacy just comes from religion. It doesn't. Like the nationalist thing is like has been pretty extreme as well historically. Once upon a time, the nationalists were the ones who were killing civilians, like the PLO and shit, and Hamas were preaching nonviolence before they were called Hamas, like fucking Sheikh Yassin, right? So No, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, damn. The Scottish. OPC Dawn. Oh wait, sorry, June Noob. People say the problem with Palestinian militancy is so. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. OPC Dawn. Will you be anywhere near New England on your trip to the US? I'd love to buy you a Maine lobster if you're in the area. I'm 2 hours north of Boston. Listen, Grace Thorpe. No.
Jabotinsky wanted to take things further than the nation. He wanted to cement the idea that the Jewish
Yeah,
people...
I don't know if they. Sorry, I don't know if they preached. No, I don't know. They never used that language, non-violence. But I always thought like Sheikh Yassin's like approach to begin with when they were a charitable group was that they it was about like the importance of praying, wasn't it? Like I don't know. Maybe I read that from a fucking dumb source. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, point is they weren't violent. They were charity. Yeah.
Were objectively and scientifically a race. And this makes sense because at the time, in the 1860s and 70s, the reforms that had taken place in the Russian Empire meant that ideas...
But when the first fucking suicide bombings were happening, they were debating about whether or not to use those, especially on civilian targets, before Cave of the Patriarchs. So, sorry.
Like Lamarckism and Darwinism were really strong. There was a lot of blood and soil rhetoric. And race science, something that had often been used against the Jewish people, Jabotinsky wanted to operationalize in their favor. So he really saw race as the collective body of a nation and something that was important to keep intact.
Weren't they stocking up on mosques in the beginning? What, in 73 when they were? No. I think it was one mosque. They found weapons in one mosque in like 84. So not the beginning, no.
One of the concepts from Jabotinsky that Netanyahu brings up quite a lot is the Iron Wall. It's basically an acknowledgement of resistance. There will be resistance to the state of Israel, and in order to overcome that resistance, we need an iron wall. That means a security apparatus that is able to fend them off, but also a stronger international power. Jabotinsky was a realist, and by his assessment, no voluntary or peaceful agreement was a possibility with the Arabs at that time or in the foreseeable future. Therefore, Zionists had two choices. They could either give up their Zionist ambitions, or they could continue and just be indifferent to the attitude of the Arabs. But in choosing the second path, it would be necessary to always negotiate and be in a position of military strength.
בסופו של דבר הם בני אדם. הם בני אדם, הם לא יתיחו את הראש בקיר לנצח. אבל אם הם רואים בקיעים בקיר, אם הם רואים שחלק מהקיר נהרס, אז ודאי שימשיכו ויסייעו להם כל העולם.
And importantly, Jabotinsky was very...
This is like I do think with the way that he says that, if that's your strategy, it makes sense to a degree with dealing with other nations because the other nations, like nation states, can just stop fighting you. But it doesn't seem to be like as a very good approach with Palestinians because they don't have,
wedge
I guess that's like Avi Schleim's argument, but yeah.
Eretz Israel. This was an essential part of his Zionism. Israel had to include all the territory from the river to the sea, including Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. Now, Jabotinsky is very clear in his work that Palestinian violence towards the state of Israel is anti-colonial and can be understood. It is natural for people to resist colonialism. And of course, today, his ideological heirs would refute that entirely. They would characterize all Palestinian resistance as pure terrorism or aimless violence. But we will learn exactly how that evolution of thought occurs throughout the video. Jabotinsky is a very military-minded man. There has to be the ability to militarily put down one's enemy. And we see that in Jabotinsky's life. He sets up the first Jewish Mule Corps. He sets up the first Jewish regiments in the British Army. His youth movement, Beta, which he trains like a mini military, eventually provides a lot of the fighters for the Irgun and the Lehi, including Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir.
Damn, she learned the pronunciations before getting in this fucking video.
So now I want to talk about Likud, Netanyahu's political party, which is ideologically aligned with Jabotinsky. Likud is traditionally made up of the fighting family, so that is the veterans of the Irgun and the Lehi, the Jewish paramilitaries, and their children, which is a generation known as the heirs. Throughout the years, they've been quite tight-knit and ideologically quite an insular group. In the last 46 years, Likud has only had 4 leaders, which is crazy. Now, for Likud, the original sin is very much the partition and the Zionists who agreed to the partition. Likud has been led by Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Shamir, and Ariel Sharon, all of whom could be considered terrorists by a definition provided by Netanyahu himself in his book Terrorism: How the West Can Win. He defines terrorism as the deliberate and systematic murder, maiming, and menacing of the innocent to inspire fear for political ends. Begin, leader of the Irgun, is famous for ordering the attack on the King David Hotel, the Night of Beatings, and the Sergeant's Affair.
I know her pronunciation is not good, but damn, she could have used better examples for Begin. Oh, no. Yeah, because then the fucking pro-Zionist people are like, oh, the British, that was a military target and all that. But yeah, fuck. See, I didn't know this either. Like, the fucking urban bombings. That was Irgun. Etzel. That's an easier one to pronounce. Yeah, the ones we just read to that crazy guy. He wasn't crazy, the Twitter guy. Yeah. And that's why, because that's why you have that saying. Like the urban bombings, like urban centers, just like fucking civilians, like indiscriminately, completely, yeah.
Loner box, you smarmy.
And that's why you have that
cock
saying.
bastard.
There's that saying. I saw it in a
Last
documentary
super chat,
once.
But thanks for being a reasonable voice for Palestinian rights. Safe travels, enjoy Ohio, and I hope you can visit us in Kentucky at some point.
Holy shit! Thanks for the very generous $20, June Noob. I really appreciate that. Yeah. That's why I heard it was a documentary on the Nakba that I saw, and it was a refugee. One of the refugees was interviewed, and they were saying there was this old saying: "We learned about bombings from the Jews." I'm like, oh, whatever. But it was because in like late 1937, Etzel were just like, fuck this restraint bullshit. We're gonna hide TNT in fucking milk bottles and blast fucking urban centers. Okay, bro. Scarlett, I'm sorry. This is the value of consulting the pro-Zionist authors. That's where I got that from. I don't know what your source is to say that that's actually not what happened. Let me find it. I'll find it again. What page was it? Fuck. Yeah. October 37. Now for the first, it was before Arabs, and less frequently and usually in retaliation, Jews, had sniped at cars and pedestrians and occasionally lobbed a grenade, often killing or injuring a few bystanders or passengers. Now, for the first time, massive bombs were placed in crowded Arab centers. Dozens of people were indiscriminately murdered and maimed for the first time, more or less matching the number of Jews murdered in the Arab pogroms and the rioting. This innovation soon found Arab imitators. I'm sorry, I'm just saying, Scarlett, you fucking retard. Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, I feel like your response to that would be like, oh, well, yeah. I mean, it was a response to the Arab rising. Yeah, it was. But also, I'm just saying, the first people to put big bomb in crowded place were these wankers in this region. So, fuck you. I'm sorry that the facts, you just don't like the facts. You guys. I say facts and people just get fucking mad. That's just my life.
Yitzhak Shamir, former leader of the Lehi, was responsible for plotting the assassinations of Lord Moyne and Count Bernadotte. And who could forget Ariel Sharon, the butcher of Beirut, who was found indirectly responsible for the Sabra and Shatila massacres, one of the biggest terror attacks in the 1980s. I mean, if you're looking for experts in terrorism, look no further. I want to explain how Likud has changed over the years so that you understand the party that shapes Netanyahu and the party that he inherits. So, Likud doesn't come around for a while. Once the state of Israel declares its independence, Menachem Begin, who's the leader of the Irgun, starts a party called Herut, which means freedom, and he really thinks he's going to win. But he doesn't. He loses to David Ben-Gurion, and David Ben-Gurion hates Begin because He thinks Begin is a terrorist, and he's not wrong. So David Ben-Gurion excludes Menachem Begin from his governments.
It's that story about Ben-Gurion getting fucking...
So David Ben-Gurion excludes Menachem...
Getting fucking piggybacked. So he arrives in Jaffa, and he's really excited because he thinks the Arabs are like big friendly children. And then they get a bit rowdy and he gets scared, and he's writing this in his diary as it's happening. And then a friendly Arab picks him up and piggybacks him to outside of the port. And the fact that it looks like this while that's happening is just, it's so funny. What the fuck, man? Yeah, he's like a hobbit. Yeah. Fucking Bilbo Baggins. Getting piggybacked into a... This is obviously decades later. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much for being here, to be on the fucking ball so that we don't... so that no one assumes that he looked like this in 1906. Fuck. Holy King Kong, that's the $4.99. You should visit Shark in Kentucky if you can. I'm only there for 4 days, and I have things to do when I'm there. I have to get paid in exposure. Fuck. He kept the same haircut and height, though. True. He probably did go bald on the top in 1906.
From his governments. He starts 29 years in opposition, and Herut becomes Gahal, and Gahal becomes Likud eventually, when he realizes he probably has to moderate a little bit. While in opposition for 29 years, Menachem Begin realizes that if he's ever going to come into power, he's going to need to widen his base. So the party Likud doesn't just represent the fighting families, it also represents disaffected neoliberals. It represents secular right-wingers and the ultra-religious.
Second thought drives luxury cars. I think we should improve society somewhat, yet somewhat you participate in it. Yeah. Jeff Bezos runs a corporation. I think we should improve society somewhat, yet you participate in it. Okay. Is there just like no agency we can have? Is that the idea? We just can't have any agency over our actions? Like, obviously, luxury cars are like, they're environmentally fucked. They like, they're a fucked priority in terms of like the labor market. That's probably why a communist society wouldn't allocate fucking labor to luxury cars. I don't know. Fuck, stupid. Oh, it's so dumb. Can I just, is it okay to just like fucking rape someone at the shop when they're serving you at the tills? Because there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Like,
but the most important thing that happens during this time that gets Menachem Begin and Likud into power is he wins the support of the Mizrahim. For those of you who don't know, Mizrahi Jews are Jewish people from North Africa and the Middle East, and many of them were expelled from their countries and came to Israel in the 60s and 70s. You heard it here first. Israel's not perfect, and there's a little bit of a social divide between the Ashkenazim and the Mizrahim. So the Jews who came from Europe are the Jews who came from North Africa or the Middle East. Ben-Gurion had got reparations for the Ashkenazi Jews, what happened to them during the Holocaust. So at this time, there's also a significant financial difference between the Ashkenazim and the Mizrahim. Mapai is also very much ruled by the Ashkenazim, and favors go out to people who are within the party. So Likud democratizes and opens up, and the Mizrahim become, or feel as though they become, kingmakers within the party. They feel as though they're represented. And Menachem Begin talks to the Mizrahim with a level of respect. He doesn't talk down to them.
המצב עם אחינו בני עדות המזרח היה במשך למעלה מ-30 שנה כזה שהמפלגה השלטת במשך 29 שנים גילתה איזו מידה של התנסות מעל ציבור זה. ואני יכול לתת הוכחות רבות. אבל החשובות בהן הן דווקא האחרונות.
How do Sephardic Jews fit into this hierarchy? I think they also vote right-wing, don't they? Pretty sure they vote right-wing. The Ethiopian Jews voted for Netanyahu. Never forget the those dastardly Ethiopian Jews.
עכשיו, דיבור על שתי תרבויות. מי שאומר שיש שתי תרבויות, אומר, התרבות שלי היא גבוהה מזו של זולתי.
So this very much wins the votes of a huge amount of people who come in through the 60s and 70s. In 1977, Menachem Begin wins the election, which shocks a lot of people because he's a terrorist.
Begin once said, "You call me a terrorist, but I call myself a freedom fighter. Everything I did was for the freedom of the Jewish people."
He introduces the Likud party platform, which is important because years later, under Ariel Sharon's government, they'll still be fighting about whether or not policies align with this party platform. Some important things in the party policy include refusal to any territorial concessions when it comes to Judea or Samaria, an insistence on settlements as an important part of the Zionist project, refusal of a Palestinian state, and a commitment to the elimination of the PLO. So Begin and his leadership of Likud depart in two significant ways from Jabotinsky's thought. The first is Begin cements the Holocaust in the political imaginary of Israel. Jabotinsky was very concerned about the plight of Jewish people in Europe, and he foresaw something like the Holocaust occurring, but he did not live through it. He died in 1940. Begin lived through it, and he did not have a good experience, and he was extremely affected by it. But this meant as he continued to live his life, he saw everything through the lens of his experiences during the Holocaust. The British in Palestine were Nazis, the PLO were Nazis, Jews lived in a constant state of fear.
תעמידו את 3.5 מיליון היהודים בארץ ישראל בסכנת מוות וכיליון, ואני לא אשיב לו, נשיבותי לו, כמו שצריך ידידי.
He didn't have a good experience during the Holocaust. Yeah. I've heard people say that the majority of people who carried out the Nakba were Holocaust survivors, or not the majority, but like a disproportionate amount. Is it just referring to the Haganah, or is it more specifically Irgun and Lehi? It'd be so interesting to see the breakup on those three groups and see which one had the highest proportion of, because I know that Irgun, they were young in 48. It was like very young guys who were there. I don't know. One-star Yelp review of the Holocaust.
אני לא מוותר אפילו על מילה אחת ממה שאמרתי.
Wow.
ואם יש כמה יפי נפש שככה החילו לעקם את האף שלהם, יהיה להם האף עקום.
48 Wars also involved fighting 4 armies. Almost at least 5, wouldn't it? You go Iraq. But then again, like Jordan only fought them a bit because they had the secret deal. Lebanon did fuck all. They don't even count. I guess the other countries had a problem where they didn't conscript as many people as I guess definitely the Palestinians would have liked. That's why by the end of it, Israel had more guys. They had 100,000 conscripted total, and I think the Arab armies all combined had 70,000. Yeah.
For Jabotinsky, Arab hostility had been a natural reaction to the Zionist project. But for Begin, Arab hostility was rooted in anti-Semitism. He tended to concentrate all of the historical fears and anxieties of the Jewish people on
detecting self-hating Lebanon. That's just true. They didn't fucking do anything. I can't remember. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it might be the case that they didn't even cross the border in the 48 War. They might have, but... Or they barely did. Yeah, no, they basically did fuck all, though. Yeah. They were not top contributors in the 48 War. They were not the greatest assets.
to whatever issue he was focused on at the time. And he ended up being dubbed the High Prince of Fear. This also exaggerated his desire for that Jabotinskian iron wall defense of Israel. The other major thing is that Begin really introduces religion back into Israeli society. Under Ben-Gurion, Israel was very secular. It was respectful, but it was secular. Begin really reintroduced religion into politics. He brought religious parties into government. He made their members ministers. He gave more money to religious communities. He exempted their students from compulsory military service. He often used religious language and referred to religion in public addresses. And he regularly referred to the Jewish identity. This was in part to play to his Mizrahim base, which was much more religious than the Ashkenazim, but it was also just because he was a more religious man. Begin eventually resigns because he's had enough. That's literally the reason he gives. I can't take it. And Begin is replaced by Yitzhak Shamir, who is also a terrorist, but he's a little bit boring. He's definitely not as emotional, maybe more nationalistic, but what is important is he's the first prime minister to really save his government by making alliances with some extremely fringe parties. The other thing worth noting about Yitzhak Shamir is the way he handles his relationship with the United States of America in regard to the peace process. Begin had a tumultuous relationship with the US, but Yitzhak Shamir was truly the definition of immovable. Shamir frustrated the American administration to no end because on the surface he would agree to certain actions, he'd smile and nod, and then he would go home and do the opposite.
Is Israel going to take part in the next part of this peace negotiation? Is it just a matter of working out detail? Do you have every hope of taking part?
Sure, it's not a matter of principle. And you know, we are interested in this process. This process is based to a large extent.
This guy's based. I love the way he talks. I don't know what he's done. I don't know what he believes, but I trust him. I trust everything he says. I will vote for him. Who is he? Is he bad? Wait.
No.
Part of this.
Of immovable to the peace process. Handles his relationship with the United States of America in regard to the peace process. Begin had a tumultuous relationship with the US, but Yitzhak Shamir was truly the definition of immovable. Shamir frustrated the American administration to no end because on the surface he would agree to certain actions, he'd smile.
Oh, this is Shamir. I didn't actually know what he looked like.
And then he would go home and do the opposite.
Is Israel going to take part?
If I was Destiny, I'd be getting clipped and spread across Twitter for not knowing what Shamir looked like.
In the next part of this peace negotiation, is it just a matter of working out detail? Do you have every hope of taking part?
Thanks for the $20, Whiffernubbin. I really appreciate that.
It's not a matter of principle. And you know, we are interested in
is this, what's his face? Yassin Arafat? Is that who this is? I've never seen him without the cafe hay on his head.
This process. This process is based to a large extent on our proposals, on our principles. And we want to go along with it. The matter now is...
No, this is Saddam Hussein. Sorry. Well, fuck.
About some details.
Idiot.
Important details. But they could be worked out.
So you're leaving America feeling that this process is still on track. Perhaps it's been slowed down, but it has not collapsed. It has not come to an end.
There is no doubt about it. There's no doubt. Nobody could imagine that because of such a detail, this process will collapse.
He's so
he put in Ariel Sharon as the Minister for Housing, and this man would eventually be known as the father of settlements for his extreme commitment to building settlements beyond the Green Line.
That's Barack. No, you're wrong. Of course, it's not fucking... Barack is black. This is not Barack.
He put in Ariel Sharon as the Minister for Housing, and this man would eventually be known as the father of settlements for his extreme commitment to building settlements beyond the Green Line at a rapid pace. One American aide was even delightfully quoted to have said, "We know what the game is. No one is getting Shamir pregnant."
Good faith, affirmative effort on the part of our good friends in Israel. And if we don't get it, and if we can't get it quickly, I have to tell you, Mr. Levine, that everybody over there should know that the telephone number is 1-202 456
Oh,
1414. When you're serious about peace, call
Damn.
us.
Now, I don't want to talk about Sharon here, even though he's also led
Little
Likud.
bro.
I'm going to talk about him in the next video because Netanyahu is in Sharon's government. But I do want to look at what Benjamin was doing during this period of time that we just discussed and what other ideas shape him and influence him into the man he is today.
Guy just doxed
Despite his
himself
close
on
relationship
national
with
television.
Ziv Jabotinsky, Ben Zion Netanyahu, Benjamin's dad, was not a fighter. He was an academic and not a particularly well-liked one at that. He felt that he was discriminated against by the University of Haifa and as a result took a job in America, which is why Benjamin and his brother Jonathan grow up moving between Philadelphia in America and Israel. If you're familiar with Israel, you will be familiar with Yoni Netanyahu, Benjamin's brother. He's a bit of a hero, but in these early days, he is a hero in the eyes of one man and one man only, and that is Benjamin. Benjamin loves his brother, and in 1964, Yoni leaves Benjamin in America to go and join the IDF and trains to become a paratrooper. Fighting is really important for Benjamin and Jonathan. The fact that their dad didn't fight is kind of a cause of embarrassment, especially if you're a revisionist Zionist, if you're in that right wing. Fighting is really important, and it's important to access political power. Then the Six-Day War breaks out, and Netanyahu is a senior in high school, but he actually skips his graduation to go and join the IDF and help. He's not trained at that time, so he digs trenches just so he can be involved in the war. And this war is a very important event in Netanyahu's life. If you grew up in the Netanyahu household, you believed that everyone was coming for the Jewish people at all times. Ben Zion was very committed to the idea that Jewish people were under threat. And the Six-Day War demonstrated that to be true. His dad's fatalistic theory completely comes true, but it's a happy ending. Israel wins. So then he's completely all in with the IDF. He becomes a member of the Sayeret Matkal, which is like the Israeli version of the Navy SEALs. It's a super secret counterterrorism group that no one even knew about until the 90s. And he starts doing all these like crazy hostage rescue missions. He's also obsessed with being physically fit at this time. And eventually he organizes for his brother to be transferred into the Sayeret Matkal. Then he gets injured. He gets shot in the shoulder by friendly fire in 1972 while rescuing victims of a plane jacking, and he returns to America to study for a while, do his Ayn Rand architecture degree. The 4th of July 1976 is one of the most important formative days in Netanyahu's life. Israeli forces blitz an airport in Uganda where a plane has been hijacked, and Yoni is shot and killed during the mission.
ולפנות בוקר צלצל הטלפון. הלכתי למטבח, הרמתי את השפורפרת, ושמעתי את קולו של עידו, הוא אומר, ביבי, יוני נהרג. אני לא יודע איך הוא משל בעצמו, אני רק זוכר שבאותו רגע חרב עליי עולמי.
Immediately, Benjamin and his father go to work to memorialize Yoni as a hero, and no doubt he is, but the myth of Yoni becomes much bigger than the man. Benjamin and Ben Zion have a book written, they have his letters published, they have a movie made. Today, Yoni is very much a cult figure in Israel, known as a war hero and a poet, an incredibly complex soul. The death of Yoni isn't seen as just a loss for the Netanyahus, but a loss for the state of Israel. Yoni's memory as a war hero does a lot for the Netanyahus to make up for the fact that Ben Zion wasn't part of that original veteran generation. And to this day, if you want FaceTime with Netanyahu, it's known that you should go and visit Yoni's grave first. From this point on, Benjamin rebrands himself as a terrorism expert. He starts going on shows talking about terrorism.
I fought terrorists many times.
He starts writing books about terrorism. He starts holding conferences about terrorism. He establishes something called the Jonathan Institute, which is made to fight terrorism. In 1979, he holds an international symposium on terrorism. All sorts of people are there. Menachem Begin comes, which is a huge step forward in terms of being...
And he was in charge... And he was in charge for the biggest security failure in Israeli history, guy. Holy fuck. That's not good, is it? Do you think he's... I feel like someone like Netanyahu is probably in his head thinking he wasn't strong enough. I think that's probably the only thought that crossed his mind as for or was that he wasn't hard enough. That he didn't take out fucking Hamas in Cast Lead or Protective Edge, or that they didn't invade after the March of Return.
Accepted by the Likud elite.
Do not expect to overcome your own terrorism if you open offices of the PLO in your capitals.
George Shultz is there, many American neo
Something about Middle Eastern men who talk like this. Oh, fuck me.
conservatives are there. George H.W. Bush is there. And this is his first attempt to spin the battle against Palestinians as the same as the battle that the United States is fighting against other kinds of terrorism.
And the objective invariably is not to attack Bulgaria. It's not to attack Budapest. It's always American targets or Western targets or what they call the Zionist imperialist conspiracy.
Insurgents who fight political powers are always terrorists. And if you look at how Netanyahu has spoken about the PLO or the PA or Hamas throughout his leadership, it very much aligns with whatever America is focused on at the time. To begin with, all Palestinian terrorism came from the Soviet. Fighting terrorism was fighting communism.
Well, there certainly is a great deal of Soviet involvement with all of these groups.
Then, of course, it became Saddam Hussein.
Pushed the United States into war, and there's a report out of Jerusalem that Israel is demanding a commitment from the United States that America put an end to the Iraqi military threat.
I don't know about these reports. I do know what our policy is. We share, in fact, the policy with the United States. Because, you see, what is threatened by Iraq is not just Israel. Everybody is threatened by Iraq.
Then it became Al-Qaeda.
You don't think Yasser Arafat's behind these attacks, do you?
I think what we have, and we alluded to this, is a network of terror. There's an empire of terror.
What was he saying about Iraq? Was this when he wanted to get Saddam Hussein? He tried to encourage America to attack Iraq. Was it because I know that Saddam fired fucking Scud missiles at Israel in the Kuwait invasion, right? That's why also when Israel got in trouble for hitting that nuclear site in Iraq, yeah, it was a site that Iran had tried to hit a year earlier, or they had hit. So it was like, it's not like Israel was the only country that didn't want fucking Saddam to be having a nuclear program. Yeah, I don't know. So I guess that's like, I don't know, framing there. I don't know.
To the Iraqi military threat.
But I think this is more recent than 80s, so.
I don't know about these reports. I do know what our policy is. We share, in fact, the policy with the United States. Because, you see, what is threatened by Iraq is not just Israel. Everybody is threatened by Iraq.
Then it became Al-Qaeda.
You don't think Yasser Arafat's behind these attacks, do you?
No, yeah. He said that about Iraq probably because of the fucking Scud missiles. And like, yeah. I think there's this whole essay that I don't know enough about the Gulf War to go full on about it, but I think there is this theory or this position that that Saddam Hussein's thinking when it came to the invasion of Kuwait was quite partly inspired by like anti-Semitism, like anti-Israel stuff, because he believed that the Kuwaiti royal family was conspiring alongside the United States, which is controlled by Israel, to fuck over like the Arab unity with a fucking oil and there's this whole like a lot of his speeches around the time of the war with Kuwait was to do with fucking Israel as well. Like they were very much in his mind at the time. Yeah.
I think what we have, and we alluded to this, is a network of terror. There's an empire of terror. Hamas has just attacked you, Mr. President, and the United States for ridding the world of bin Laden. So Israel obviously cannot be asked.
Wasn't it mostly to get out from paying his war debts to Kuwait? That's the conventional. I think that's the conventional wisdom thing, but yeah. But I think the essay I read was like an alternative to the conventional wisdom, which is basically saying that, like, because I know Saddam Hussein's view, his general worldview, is that the Arab world was once the beacon of innovation and science and art and everything in the world, like the golden age of Islam and all that shit, and Iraq was the center. Baghdad was the center of that. But they were eventually fucked by imperial forces. So they were fucked by the Ottomans, they were fucked by the British and the French, and then they were fucked by and then obviously in the 20th century, the big fucker was Israel, and then the United States, which he believes was controlled by it. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like his worldview, and that like very much seems to have also informed his views on the Kuwaiti monarchy. I don't know. It could be bullshit. That's just one thing I read. I'll maybe go find it one day.
Has to negotiate with a government that is backed by the Palestinian version of Al-Qaeda.
Then it became ISIS.
Hamas is ISIS, and just as ISIS was crushed, so too will Hamas be crushed. And Hamas should be treated exactly the way ISIS was treated.
Whatever is a totalizing threat to the West, the Palestinians are presented as connected and synonymous with that.
The free world is at war. It's at war with international terrorism. This war is arranged by states. And the question is, what do you do against a factory that produces the modern plague, the viruses of the modern plague, which is terrorism? What do we do? Well, I think what we have to do is arrest the disease and strike at the centers of this cancer.
Netanyahu publishes...
Is that why tankies defend the invasion of Kuwait? Tankies don't know where Kuwait is, what it is. They just defend it because America was on the other side of the war. That's why they...
multiple books on terrorism, and in his 1986 book, Terrorism, How the West Can Win, he claims that the only way you can combat terrorism is to weaken and destroy the terrorist's ability to consistently launch attacks, even at the risk of civilian casualties. He argues that the terrorists won't engage in terror if the risk is too great, a claim he supports with nothing, and no causes for terrorism are offered except for the fact that terrorism stems from Islam's confrontation with modernity, and this is a claim he will repeat over and over and over and over again.
The core of the conflicts in the Middle East is the battle between modernity and early primitive medievalism. The terrorists want to destroy our freedoms and our civilization, and therefore all the free countries and all the civilized societies have to band together to fight this scourge. And if we stand together, and if we're not divided, then we can defeat this tyranny that seeks to extinguish all our freedoms. If they were to succeed, they would return humanity to a primitive, early medievalism. I say early medievalism because my late father, was a great historian of the Middle Ages, and I'd be giving them too much compliment.
If you mean whose side should one be on, Israel or the Arabs, I would certainly say Israel because it's
Libertarians.
the advanced,
Let's go.
technological, civilized country amidst a group of almost totally primitive savages.
Terrorism is never because of legitimate grievances and always because of a predisposition to violence. His book has a clear, unspoken agenda. Occupied territories must stay under Israeli control because the Palestinian resistance to Israel is terrorism, and you don't negotiate with terrorists. Now, what's a man with a perfect American accent, an agenda, and a sub-story to do in Reagan's America? Obviously, go on television. In 1978, Netanyahu becomes the go-to Israel man for television in the United States.
An expert on terrorism.
He does televised debates where he argues against Palestinian self-determination. He constantly refers to the Palestinian state as a terrorist state. And he's great at these appearances. He's got the look, he's got the voice, he's quick on his feet. He actually practices in his living room with his wife. She sets up the camera and they do interviews together.
You told an anecdote about the grizzly bear. I wondered,
he does have the
in
voice.
light of your answer just now, if you could tell that again.
Let me stop the camera here for a second. The attitude of some governments in the West reminds me of the story of the grizzly bear that appears in the forest. Let me say it differently. The attitude of some in the West regarding terrorism reminds me shows you the difference between politicians and diplomats and actors.
Oh, you're so charming. The Israeli Hassan.
There's a story about two people who walk in the forest and are suddenly confronted by a grizzly bear charging at them. One of them begins to run away. The other asks him, "Why are you running? Don't you know you can't outrun a grizzly bear?" And the man running turns around and he says, "I don't have to outrun the bear. I have to outrun you."
And if you watch enough Netanyahu interviews, like I have, you will notice that some of his answers to...
This guy doesn't make his breakfast in the morning. He goes to fucking war with his breakfast, and he wins every time. Would you debate him if you had the chance? Yeah. Yeah, Netanyahu, yeah. The fuck?
questions literally have not changed for 40 years. So anyhow, he's actually so good at this that in the 1980s, he is appointed to the PR team at Israel.
He'd probably torch me because I would soy out and fucking... and not be media savvy in the slightest while he's just sitting there glaring at me. I would be the guy fucking getting thrown around by the grizzly bear, but yeah. We'd do it anyway, you know? Is she related to Israel somehow? Don't think so.
Israel's embassy under Moshe Aarons, who is very like him. They really see themselves as modernizing Israel's approach, intellectualizing Likud. They're both Likudites. And during this time, he does what he's good at. He warms up to politicians. He goes on television and pleads the case for Israel. He tells America what is happening on the ground, what Israel is up against. In 1984, Yitzhak Shamir appoints Netanyahu to be the ambassador to the United Nations. When he's working at the UN, there are a lot of issues with Lebanon, so it's really important to have someone to explain what's happening from Israel's point of view to the media in America. Netanyahu is seen as a magician.
It's saying basically this. It says, we condone all Palestinian violence against Israel. We condemn any Israeli countermeasures.
He wasn't really liked by some of Likud because of his connections to America, but this is where he really learns to use it to his advantage.
מה כל כך קשה באו"ם? הלוא זה תפקיד ייצוגי.
זה תפקיד במקום לא כל כך נוח לישראלי. הזירה לא בדיוק אוהדת אותנו.
באמת? לא אוהבים אותנו?
לא כל כך.
אתה כוכב תקשורת בארצות הברית.
אני מופיע מדי פעם, זה חלק מהעבודה.
איך אתה פרצת?
אין מרשם לפריצה. מופיעים פעם אחת. התקשורת האמריקאית אכזרית מאוד. אם לא מוצא חן ביניהם, אז אתה לא תופיע פעם שנייה.
And he gets angry at other Likudites for not utilizing the media effectively enough. After all, Jabotinsky and his dad, who is very much a propagandist, really strongly push the idea that there is an unrelated...
I feel like this is an impossible question to ask, but I would probably ask it anyway. Given the way that Netanyahu talks about the world, I would ask him, like, wouldn't you, like, never stop fighting the Jews if you were a Palestinian? Because the way he talks about the world with, like, the constant threat and, like, whatever, like the fucking grizzly bear and the show of strength and, like, don't settle for, like, half measures and, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like if he were an Arab, he would be, like, the biggest fucking PLO gunman like there is. I don't know. The way he applies his thought process. Yeah, I don't know.
Relenting need for persuasion and pressure to protect Jewish interests.
Didn't Reagan have a falling out with Israel over Lebanon? Yes.
During the second Reagan term, Netanyahu is dubbed as the master of the soundbite.
One man in the
I mean, Ben Gurion said that. He was Ben Gurion was very honest. I think he literally said, like, I would fight the Arabs, like, I would fight us too, because we stole a country from them. Yeah, like, Ben Gurion knew that. I've even heard Benny Morris say that as well. Like, I've heard Benny Morris say that, like, he blames the failures of the peace process, like, basically completely on Arab rejectionism. But he also says, like, with him believing that, he says, like, I can understand why, because it's only 22% of the, yeah, like, I don't know.
against terrorism. Ambassador Netanyahu is a rising star in world politics.
He makes extremely strong connections during this time between Likud and the conservatives in America. He is very good at establishing Hasbara and Hasbara networks in the United States, which is it's the Hebrew word for explaining. It's kind of like it's like public relations for Israel. They explain Israel's perspective on certain situations.
It's the fact
That's
that
me.
the Palestinian Arabs don't have a state of their own. Well, they were offered a state of their own. In 1948, they summarily rejected, out of hand. They didn't want anything to do with it.
Uh-oh.
And you tell me, well, that was 40 years ago. 40 years have passed. It's changed. Has it changed?
And he kind of sold Hasbara as a really important way for the diaspora to feel a strong connection to Israel, something that they could easily engage in that would connect them to Israel.
ארצות הברית זה לא מקשה אחת, זה לא מקשה אחת. יש את הסנאט, יש את הקונגרס, יש את הכוח היהודי שהוא עצום, יותר חזק משהיה אי פעם. יש דעת קהל, יש לנו כוחות כבירים בדעת הקהל שמתנגדים למדיניות הזאת, גדולי הפרשנים. אמריקה לא תכפה עלינו דבר, אם לא נרצה בכך.
In 1986...
I don't think actually like the formal Hasbara thing, I think that the funding for that's been reduced recently, hasn't it? They don't devote as much energy to the Hasbara thing, like as a policy as they used to. Is that true? Because wasn't Hasbara actually like a government funded thing? Apparently it's $26 million. What was it used to? Did they reduce your funding? Doesn't every country have public relations? Yeah, but I don't know if every country like has an allocated funding package. This is including Hasbara activities. Yeah, I don't think Hasbara actually gets that much funding. Suspended? Tourism, yeah.
Could actually outlaw any Israeli talking to anyone associated with the PLO. And this ban extends to the media, and the diaspora are told not to criticize Israel. Abe Foxman, who's part of the ADL at the time, said, if I dissent, it won't affect my children.
But that's why Israelis are so bad at propaganda, right? I think it's just because they win the wars, so they don't need to win the propaganda war. I wonder if that'll backfire one day.
That's why I believe that public criticism by American Jews of Israeli security policies is arrogant and irresponsible.
We don't pay consequences for our opinions, for our points of view. They pay consequences.
Shamir repeated this sentiment at the President's Conference of Major Jewish Organizations in 1987. But Netanyahu, because of his natural connections to America, his keen understanding of American media and public relations, is really able to shape public narratives around Israel.
Kind of backfiring now, is it? How? Again, I know it looks like it's backfiring because everyone fucking hates them. But at the end of the day, they've killed like almost 30,000 people, and you know, they still got their support from the countries that matter to them. So like, why do they need fucking... I mean, when I say backfire, I mean like America properly turns on them and shit. Like right now, I think the thing that's annoying Netanyahu the most is that Biden is telling him, like, is saying no to a few things. Biden's saying like, don't fucking go to war with Hezbollah on October 8th. We'll put some aircraft carriers there and we'll deal with it if they escalate. And like, or the humanitarian aid stuff, or like the temporary ceasefire. Like that's kind of stuff that, like, I think that's quite annoying to Netanyahu. But that's like, yeah, I don't think the lack of like Hasbara is backfiring in any way. No.
In a way that hadn't occurred before, and it kind of helps.
Oh, the sanctions! Yeah, Biden sanctioned settlers who commit crimes in the West Bank. The thing is, I think it was 4 guys who got sanctioned, and I think how many of these were for the Huwara riots? One person who initiated Huwara. This was like over a year ago. It's so They're quite young, 29, 31, 21, 32. Four guys. But it's like the executive order basically allows them to do this. So it's like it applies to, maybe there'll be more. Because I think there was it not consideration for like it applying to Ben Gvir for, or was it Smotrich? Oh, how many casualties in Huara? Was it one? How many people actually died? Yeah, one, but like 100+ injured and a lot of shit burnt down. Yeah. Yeah, it was one. I remember I covered that, Huara. Back when no one gave a fuck. All right. Back when no one gave any shits about that topic. Yeah. I don't know what the sanctions actually entail. Like, I guess it's just like financial, and they can't go to America. Oh yeah, property. They can't access property. The American financial system. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's something. Again, it's the kind of thing that should have come so much earlier, but it's something. The fact that it took October 7th and fucking like this, and like the worst violence in the West Bank, not even to mention Gaza, in like fucking decades. But you know, I don't know why American presidents stopped doing this. Was it because of the war on terror? Or was it because of the failure of the peace process? But because I know that like Reagan and so, or maybe not Reagan, but Bush Sr., who was a Republican, yeah, he did shit like this as well. I think the thing he did was he withheld United States funding to Israel for different packages because in exchange for Israel freezing settlements. But I don't know why that thing stopped, because I think Obama just said he wanted settlements to freeze, and Netanyahu was like sitting next to him looking grumpy. Do you know what this is and what Tauber is saying? What's this? What am I looking at here? Is this about Deir Yassin? There were no incidents of families being lined up against walls and shot in Deir Yassin. While it was said about 6 people, at most 4 of them combatants, that they were killed in quarries. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the Zaidan family, that was when they came out of a house to surrender, and an Etzel guy just opened fire on them, killing 11. Yeah, revenge. What's this then? This is by Matthew Hogan. Yeah, he's the guy that I used for one of the things. Bloody-minded pre-battle plans seem reflected in the takeover of one house and the killing of those who were inside. The murders. It's also not to mention people who were fucking gunned down while they were trying to flee, like, or trying to surrender. It's also the thing of fuck. I feel like I could have gone into so much more. There's so much detail about this. There's also the whole issue of people who are trying to surrender, like civilians or other combatants who are trying to surrender whilst the fighting is still happening, and their deaths apparently don't count as massacres because it didn't technically happen outside the battle, which is weird because Kfar Etzion had that problem as well. The people in the middle of the square, with the Jewish community, the people in the middle of that village were trying to surrender, but Jewish people in towers were still firing. So there's this whole fucking debate over whether or not the people in the middle count as being massacred whilst there are gunshots happening in the towers. So it's like the estimates, and Wikipedia for some reason chose the most conservative of all the estimates for the post-battle deaths, putting it at like 15. Even though I think most historians argue that it was actually like almost like all of them, like over 100. So yeah, fuck. Is the story about the kid being put in the oven true? Don't know. I know one kid was killed in their mother's arms. No one disputes that. One teenager, like a young teenager. But what is this? The murders echoed planning stage proposals to kill the men first and any others who put up opposition, where opposition could simply mean a cry of protest or horror. I never made the argument that it was planned, but I guess these guys do. Yeah. 12 years old, she recalls the attackers blowing open the door of her house where she, her family, and several relatives in the storeroom. They entered and started in search of one place. They got to the storeroom and took us out one by one. They started with one man. They shot the son-in-law, and when one of his daughters screamed, they shot her too. They called my brother Mahmoud and shot him in our presence. And when my mother screamed and bent over her brother, she was carrying my little sister Khadra, who was still being breastfed, then shot my mother too. The children began crying and screaming. They were told that if we did not stop, they would shoot us all. The children did not stop crying, so the attackers lined us up, shot us, and left. She was wounded but not killed. I looked around to see who was still alive. My uncle, his children, and his wife were all dead. My sister Sumia was only 4, and my brother Muhammad were alive. Doesn't it show 127 in the sidebar? Yeah, it does. But when you have this fucking when these debate fucking massacreists who decide that they want to debate every fucking massacre from the 48 war, usually on the other side of whoever they're supporting, because some people died while they were fighting, and other people who were civilians died as collateral during the fighting, and then people died when the fighting had all stopped, and we should delineate all three of these and be extra fucking anal, and apparently it's only a massacre if 51% of the people die after the battle. It's so stupid. But then with this one, yeah, the thing about the wiki putting the 15 thing here is just like, it's a very conservative estimate. I'm pretty sure that most of these people, these 127, died either while they were trying to surrender or after. But yeah. She and her injured siblings were taken alive later by other fighters. Their restraint was not much less than those who killed her family. We walked with some other women from the village, then came across a young man and an older man with their hands in the air on the guard. The group of the two surrounded males and others met. When they reached us, the soldiers shot them. The mother of the younger man. So the thing with this, I would imagine, I don't know exactly where this is coming from, but like, as in time period, I would imagine the arguments here would be, there'd be a couple. One would be, historians tend to be very skeptical of witness statements. If they come from the time, that's usually fine. But if they come like decades after the event. And the problem is that there are a lot of fucking witness statements that don't match with anything that was actually recorded at the time. That's the problem. Because like people who are especially like living in fucking refugee camps, and like there are lots of rumors spreading, especially very politically convenient ones. Yeah. Because I think that this book as well is largely based on, but the problem is I don't get why this author would use that argument though, because this author on the left uses witness statements from survivors and from Etzel and Lehi, and I'm pretty sure a lot of them are from later, because one of the things that I noticed was that Menachem Begin and a lot of the Etzel guys don't seem to have said that much about the military threats of Deir Yassin until like decades later. Yeah, I don't know. And when it comes to but I also don't know why, because I think as far as using witness statements, this author, who doesn't think it was a massacre, draws on witness statements from witnesses who are complaining about the Arab leaders' retelling of the story. Because at the time, a lot of the survivors protested against the Arab leaders and the Arab media for exaggerating the events, because they did exaggerate the fuck out of it. They added in like fucking Sherman tanks, and they multiplied like whatever factor of like this number of trucks by 15 and shit. Yeah. They wanted the paper Philistine rammed up the death count to like 1,000. Yeah, there was all that kind of shit, but I don't really know what this author is weird though. This author just like the author at the end even says that there's a difference between a massacre and people who died during the fighting, but they acknowledge at least 23 people who died after the fighting. But then they're saying it's the massacre that never was. I don't get that. They don't define what a massacre is in their view in the entire book. I guess it's just like, is their argument proportion that like, even though most of the people who died were civilians, I guess most of them died during the fighting, so they don't count as, that doesn't count as a massacre. It's like, if it's 4/5 battle deaths, and then 1/5 massacre deaths, we just call it a battle. That's really stupid though, right? Because obviously the massacre is what stands out because it's the thing that's more exceptional. Like if someone fucking robs your house and steals all your shit, it's a robbery. But if they rob your house and steal all your shit and then shoot you in the face, right? They would that would be the murder. Remember when Lonerbox got murdered and someone else was like, nah. No, actually, he got his house robbed. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, fucking idiot? What? Anyway. Oh, the channel is called Blonde Politics. I'll link it at the end as well. Yeah. I pointed out to a pro-Palestinian person that more people died at the music festival than Deir Yassin and almost got punched. I mean, the context of you saying that might have warranted the... I don't know. Yeah. The argument of the book is that the massacre as we know it, or at least how it was portrayed, was a myth. No, that's not, because this fucking guy goes around and does fucking interviews being like, okay, if you think there was a massacre, show me the people who were massacred. Because I guess he's actually hiding behind a very fucking like niche definition of massacre. But no, like it's, I don't know. Whatever, we're done with that's such a fucking cancerous argument.
Because both Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir tended to invoke a state of siege in the mind of Israelis, that there was an emergency happening and we all need to band together and we can't fight because a siege is happening. And this kind of extended to the diaspora, where it's like, now is not the time to criticize Israel. This is our narrative, stick to it, please do this. Netanyahu's real goals during this period is to pursue Hasbara, to combat terrorism, and to fight against media bias. And he did something very clever during this time, which was to merge Likud and Likud's policies with the state of Israel. So to criticize Likud, their ideology, their policies, was to criticize Israel. And to criticize Israel when Israel was under attack was irresponsible and putting Israelis in danger. And this mentality was also used when talking to American politicians like Schultz, who proposed an international conference in 1988. Netanyahu criticized him because he'd met a member of the PNC.
Is this a... Keffels apparently has a new channel. Is this actually a... Or is she memeing? Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. Huh.
Paris, France. The city of love evokes romantic images of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, she's got a new channel and she's doing like YouTuber stuff. Huh. True crime channel. Banging. All right, we'll get that in.
In 1988, Netanyahu quits his job. First Intifada is happening, and it's a really difficult time to do PR.
Did I forget to turn my heating off? It's really warm in here. 1 second. Cringe.
For the state of Israel. And he wants to run for politics, so he goes back to Israel.
You have to go back to Israel. You're going to run for office. Are you going to think of us, come to the United States?
If you'll invite me, if you
If you send me the ticket, definitely.
But before he does that, he meets with a bunch of Republican strategists. He develops a very American election campaign. He's a very big image guy. When he goes back, he takes caravans with him so that he can change suits every couple of hours. So he's always in a clean suit, which was seen as very odd at the time, even though it's quite common now. And even though he's still seen as an outsider because of these...
There's no way. Am I going to have to bring 8 outfits for my 4-day stay in America? Oh, no.
American inclinations. He does win a seat in the Knesset. He doesn't...
I've worked on one outfit. I have one good outfit and I have a bunch of okay outfits. I got 3 good shirts, though. I do have 3 good shirts. I'm not a one good shirt wanker. That's not me. All right.
Have a ministry. He doesn't have a portfolio or anything, but he makes himself his own job. So during the Intifada, every time there is an Israeli victim in the hospital, he'll go and visit them and he will demand that international media give the Israeli victims as much coverage as they give the Palestinian. Now keep in mind, over these 6 years, 275 Israelis die and 1,600 Palestinians die, with 2,500 Palestinian children being hospitalized for beating injuries. But the point is, this was once again a coalescence of what Netanyahu's all about. We have to combat media bias, we have to combat terrorism, and I'm going to be the point man for it.
גם בעסקים, גם בדיפלומטיה, גם בצבא, בכל תחום שאני מכיר אותו.
Oh, speaking of kids hospital, you know, people say that Yitzhak Rabin said to break the bones of children during the first Intifada. Is there any? I haven't done the date there. Wow, I haven't done the deep dive on it yet, so I haven't gone digging. Is there any evidence he actually said that? Is there any evidence he said break their bones? And is there any evidence he said do it to children? Both of those things. Because I can't find it. Anyway. I can find something of him saying using clubs on violent protesters as an alternative to live ammunition. From what I found was a testimony of an IDF soldier on trial. He blamed his higher-ups for saying it was an order. Yeah. So I'm guessing the order, wasn't it to use clubs instead of live ammunition, to not kill them? Wasn't it from John Mearsheimer? He's often referenced for saying it, yeah. I've read it in... Ilan Pape doesn't say children. He just says break the bones. But people usually say, because I guess it was a kid who got his bones broken, people say that Yitzhak Rabin said... break the children's bones. I'm like, and I guess that's their way of like immediately saying that he must have been like a bad faith peace processor, which again, there are other arguments. He did order the expulsions, the biggest expulsions of the 48 war. He signed the order for Lida and Ramla. So he did do that, but as far as 1988-89 goes, I don't know. I've just never seen any verification for that thing. It just seems to be like a what do you call it? Like just like an endless circle of people sourcing each other, but nothing original. Yeah. Let's see. Break the bones of inciters. A colonel told 3 military judges about beatings, norm of the period. Okay. So even here, did this guy claim that he said break the bones of children? Or is this guy just saying Rabin told us to break their bones? Did anything happen? Was there They abandoned me and threw me to the dogs. He began to cry. Okay, fuck. I'm guessing I just have a feeling that story goes nowhere, but we'll have a look, yeah.
המפתח הוא היכולת שלך ליצור מגע אמיתי עם אנשים.
More than any other conflict in the world, the Israel-Palestine conflict is about personality and ideology. No peace process can be reached alone. I think all of this tells us a lot about the man who's sitting on one side of the negotiating table. In the next installment of these videos, I'm going to look at Netanyahu's track record through the peace process. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next part of this series on Netanyahu.
You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. There's a Google Books on it. Oh. Why no sub-gifting? There is sub-gifting. But you're subbed. How are you not able to sub-gift? When the wave of mass demonstrations did not fade away, the IDF instructed to use brute force against demonstrators, or as Minister of Defense Yitzhak Rabin put it, break their bones using might, power, and beatings. Peretz, 1990-45. So, what did Peretz write in 1990 on page 45? Oh. Don Peretz, Intifada. So we have to see where they got it from. Okay, we have 33 pages. And it was apparently on page 45. Oh no. Oh no. What a journey. So there are no page numbers. Oh, you fuck. Please don't have the word bones written. The breaking of bones seems legit. I have no idea why you think that, Emma man. I need to see where this source goes. Because as far as I was able to find, again, it didn't look that long, but this was like all I was getting was just like this fucking endless paper trail that never actually leads to something like conclusive. Okay, sorry. Don Peretz Intifada. I don't even know why I feel like I know it's probably like a bit boring to you guys, but I just have this urge to do a video on all the silly quotes and bad Wikipedia entries on Israel-Palestine. There will be a lot of both sidesing, but because both sides do it. But fuck, I'm just interested in it, you know. And it would trigger the fuck out of people if I have as the intro, just in really fancy text, like a quote from Karl Marx saying, "Don't doubt everything." That was Karl Marx's motto: was doubt everything. It'd be funny if I invoke him. It'd be good memes. Okay. Is it? The tough new measures recalled previous army tactics for dealing with unrest in the territories, especially during the protest demonstrations of 76 and 81-82. Rabin was quite candid about bearing the IDF's iron fist, and in January, openly proclaimed a new policy of using might, power, and beatings to quell the unrest. This, he argued, would save lives. It was preferable to using live ammunition. Where's the bit about bones? So, oh, did I keep the old one open? Oh, fuck. Alright. So break their bones. Where's that on this page? Is it here? Will this let me control F? It doesn't look like the kind of text that would let me control F. Bones. Is it there or am I just being stupid? Yeah, the bones thing came from the soldier's testimony. Yeah. But was it ever looked into, or was there any, did anyone else say it? Could there be more than one soldier who said they were told that? Like, there's a difference between saying, the reason I think it matters a little bit is like, the difference between saying, like, these guys are protesting, break their bones, as in that's the task, as in like, it's a job well done if you break the bones. But if it's use beating as opposed to live rounds because you don't want to kill people, in a response to violent protest, that's obviously very different. But what is this? Benny Morris come to save the day. Bones. He'd orchestrated the Six-Day War victory over Egypt, Syria, and Jordan in the occupation of Gaza, West Bank, June, suppressing the First Intifada against the Israeli occupation. He had, as defense minister in the coalition government led by Yitzhak Shamir, ordered troops to break the bones of rioters. Oh. So even he's saying it. Yeah. Why does he say it? Wait, where's this link? To the LA Times. So the colonel was accused of ordering soldiers to do it, and he's passing the buck, so he could be right, but let's just read this whole thing because it's short. An Israeli colonel accused of ordering soldiers to break the limbs of Palestinians testified today that beatings were part of the accepted norm in that period of the Palestinian uprising. So was he was getting reprimanded. He was getting reprimanded for telling his soldiers to break bones. But in his defense, he said that Rabin told him so, basically. That was the orders from above. Oh. There was nothing special in it, nothing out of the ordinary. Rabin rejected Meir's contention in an interview today on Israel radio. He said he ordered the army to beat rioters only to bring them under control. Okay. Meir admitted ordering beatings, but said he now feels abandoned by Rabin, and so, so it's one word. Did this go anywhere though? I feel like it wouldn't be hard to prove that. You would need I guess if it would probably start one or two other soldiers would come out and say the same thing, or whistleblower. I fucking. Or would the court would the court not try to find out? I feel like they abandoned me and threw me to the dogs. He began to cry and asked for a recess. So it's someone who wanted to push the blame on Rabin to lighten his sentence. Well, that's what I would say if I were a concluder, but shall I get Benny Morrison in for an interview just to ask about this one thing? I feel like he would have a... The Intifada seems to have convinced Rabin that Israel could not indefinitely rule over the Palestinians and remain a democracy. Yeah. Yeah, we have like... So Rabin admits, here's the TLDR, is that Rabin admits that he ordered them to use beatings to subdue protesters. And he argues that he said that as a way of avoiding using live ammunition. That's like his, yeah, because they didn't want to kill people. That's his position. And that seems to match his, like, his own like his persona, right? As the fucking peace-loving guy who the fucking right-wingers got assassinated. But I guess, like, his attitude had changed after the first Intifada. So, yeah, because obviously he didn't become pro-peace protest until after the Intifada anyway. So it could have been a change of heart. But yeah, but whether or not he actually said, go break their bones, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like those two are, I feel like they are meaningfully different. Yeah.
The darnest way to conduct an interview with.
Maybe can you tell us what you need to learn on the telephone?
Well, we haven't learned much yet. We're trying to find out exactly where.
That was a good video. Blonde Politics. I will link the video. You know what? She said subscribe. I'll subscribe. Fuck it. Hey. It wasn't bad, to be honest. Wow. Tough crowd. Second part is out too. Yeah, but it's over an hour long, and I need to learn about Ohio. Raiders Cat. Thanks for the tier 1 sub for 4 months now. Thank you so much. Practice your scales and arpeggios, Mr. Box. Nope. I have been playing a bit more guitar recently, though. Omega lol, hi Omega. Hello, Mabs. How's it going? Okay. Watching an hour video takes 2 hours. Hang on. We need the box bump. We need the loner box bump on this channel. She's almost at 600 subs. So W Raiders. Where are the fucking Raiders from? What? Why do I have Raiders, but I can't see the raid? Eh? Cucks. There you go. See what we've done to the... Where's the box bump at? Caspian report saying Israel's borders are indefensible without settlements. I've seen that video, yeah. Oh, damn. She got like, wait, 50 of you guys? Holy shit. Damn. The loner bump. Let's keep going. 650? Can we do 650? It keeps moving. 646. 648. 649. It takes a while to update view counts, but not subs. Oh my god. You should like and leave comments as well. I like this video. See, I did it. Talisan Oberlander, thanks for the $2. Love from Ohio and hope you have a good time here. Hey. Thanks very much. Wait, why are people talking about raiders? Why are there are no raiders? What? But multiple people said it at the same time. What the fuck? And my question's not being answered. What the fuck? No, I'm not getting rated. I'm like getting less viewers. Shit. Okay. Whatever, dude.
Loner box. You smarmy
Bastard cuck. Oops, said it wrong. Sorry. Her video talking to Pixel Smixel. Oh, that's no. It's 2 Australians. I can't watch a video with 2 Australians. Oh, Raiders as in on her. Ah. Okay. Oh, she also has a channel called Blonde Philosophy. Why would you make 2 separate channels? What the fuck? She got Blonde Politics 667. Hey. But she also got Blonde Philosophy. Bimbos. I remember watching that a while ago. Alright. Loner, you have 2 channels. Yeah, but it's not like one is fucking Lonerbox Politics and the other one's Lonerbox History. They're like, it's radically different content with my 2 channels. It's live streaming and video essays. I don't like the way I look in this camera angle. Why? Why is it weird? It's weird. It's like the camera is higher. Huh. You should have 3 channels. Yeah. I was meaning to get back to you on that. Oh. Hang on. I have to do 1 move, guys. Don't worry. It's just 1 move. A channel for every video. Based. Hyper based? I don't think this is a good move. Because there's nothing to reinforce this fucking queen. This knight can come in like 2 moves. I've got this whole lineup shit here. Did you hear about the Trump supporter who killed his dad? Yeah. The civil warrior. But if I take this, the queen comes here. Can I just do that? And then, or I can just move this now. Because after that, they have to have something against me doing this. So if I do that, they can take this, which I don't give a fuck about because I'm going to do this and then win. I could do this and counter threat, but then there's this, which would just be a trade. I don't want to trade in this kind of position because I'm in a better place. So knight e5 is shit because the queen. No, wait, this square is protected. Oh. The queen can't come any close. It could go here. But then what? Oh, then I just go here. Can they block this at all? They go here. They can't go there because it's a bishop. They can't go there because it's a knight. If they take, I don't give a fuck because I got a queen. But if I do this, I feel like this is a quicker win. Isn't it? This is a quicker win. This is what I feel like this is either what a much smarter player would do, or it's what or it's what a dumb player who's trying to be smart would do. This one's more forcing, for sure. No, well, this does force because it's like mate in fucking 3. Of course, it's a forcing move. They'd have to do something like this to contain the threat, and I would just take the bishop. Or oh, they could do that. They could do that. Yeah, you're right. All right. Safe. We're safe. What's this? This is a Vimeo link. Do I trust this? Apart from sacking the bishop, there wasn't a bishop sack. I don't think I can watch this because it's fucking probably copyright, isn't it? Nah. I have a big boy study I linked regarding to MOH. Is that Ministry of Health numbers? Oh no, I don't have. Not today. We need to do Ohio. We need to do Ohio politics. Fuck. I've only streamed for 3 hours. It feels like I've streamed for ages. Ooh. Oh, fuck. There's also a new Willie Mack video on Hassan. There's discourse around Ukrainian Anna and Lex Fridman, which is a bit wacky. Hmm. 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 There's a new Willie Mack Hassan Abbey video. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Oh god. Lex Simps and Anna Simps are fighting. I fucking. I don't think there's really much discourse around it though. It's just whether or not it was right that she called him by his Russian name before he Americanized it when he was 10. As if to say like he should have fucking he should know better about Russia or whatever. But I think the thing with Lex is that he's just a discourse pervert, right? Like he loves he only cares about discourse. That's it. He's not like fucking Dave Rubin or whatever. Like he's a lot more sophisticated than that. But yeah, he very much respects the discourse regardless of. He cares about clout. Maybe, but why not? Stop posting fucking bad Infinita tweets in Discord. I don't care. Okay, I don't care. I don't care that he's fighting with 12-year-olds on Twitter and like bragging about humiliating them. I don't care. Fuck. Ugh. I need to go to the bathroom. And then we're going to do some sick ass something. You're going to watch Tucker interview Putin. No, I don't. I feel like to me, the most boring content is just watching two propagandists go fucking like scratching each other's backs, pulling each other's strings, fucking fiddling with each other's knobs. I don't. Why? Why would I watch that? Did you wind up doing a Civil War reading? No. Who cares about the Civil War? I'll probably have to learn about the new one by the time. Invite Hassan during the break. That's a really good idea. Get in here, Hassan. Should I just watch his stream while I'm at the bathroom? What's he
The
saying?
Democratic Party writing the bill basically themselves and adopting the messaging and adopting the points that like immigration is a real problem is a dead ender. It's a
Okay, whatever. Just fucking smacked myself in the face with my own headphones. That's a first. Fuck. Probably deserved it. Yeah. Okay. What am I need to watch something while I eat my peanut butter. What do I want to watch, though? Is there anything interesting going on? I feel like the content is rather dry. Hassan. Willie Mack. Yeah, why not? Two Ask Project videos. Nah.
Last time
I'll probably get bored of this, but it's something to have on for a
we
minute.
saw Assad, he was spreading mass information, doubling down, and demonizing anyone who corrected him.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did! Yes, it did! You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. F you. You title scumbag.
And since we called him out on all of this, it's put him in free fall. He's gone mask off on how he covers every geopolitical issue.
When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces.
He's had massive coats.
Oh man, he's so funny. Never.
Sessions while he's on vacation.
Baboon-brained idiot, unserious child, literally barely surviving due to modern medicine. You are a dumb. You are so unserious.
Especially in World War II. Yeah. In World War II. Support who the locals support.
I hate you. I despise you openly. I don't talk about you.
But I didn't expect him to sink so low that he would be glorifying a terrorist live on stream.
You know what One Piece is? Dude, we think
I will say, I can notice that people who are anti-concluder will conclude very often about the concluder because we don't know that this guy's a terrorist.
we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
And of course, if you're critical of Hassan at all for this, you're racist.
Sad, but this is how America views Arabs? Yeah, 100%. So stupid and racist.
This is insane. It's like, how can he get worse? And then every time he does, it blows my mind.
Although it's weird that he considers it racist, but he was the one who like appealed to the Houthis, to this kid, not even knowing whether or not he was a Houthi.
Almost as much as the Galaxy Projector 2.0, turning any room into a planetarium. Any room, you could take a cosmic crap if you want. The Galaxy Projector is highly customizable all through the wrap, allowing you to change the color, the speed, the brightness of the stars. My favorite use for it is on those late night gaming sessions where you could really immerse yourself, losing track of time. And it's smart too, allowing you to hook up your Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant. From gaming and movies to parties and relaxation. It's a great piece and it'll make your space a little more unique, and with Valentine's Day coming up, I mean, who knows? Maybe get a little spicy under the stars? I know I've done it. Make sure to use code WillyMaxShow with the link in the description to get 15% off. Thank you, Galaxy Lamps, for sponsoring this video. A Houthi terrorist ended up going viral on TikTok after posting a video of them capturing a cargo ship. People think he's hot, nicknaming him Timothy Chalamet after the actor. And Tassan wanted to interview him for the sake of journalism.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism.
I actually agree with him. It would be legitimate journalism. You'd be able to get the Houthi perspective when it comes to the Yemen civil war, as well as ask questions about them attacking merchant ships on behalf of Gaza. But it becomes crystal clear that Hassan doesn't want to do journalism. He just wants to be friends with this guy. He opens the interview by asking one real question.
How does... what is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing
terrorizing,
positions
genociding
in Sana'a and other places?
He's saying that it's pretty usual.
Okay. Whatever. I don't want to watch this. Too much. Too much Hassan content. Too much. Oh my god, it's my move again. Oh shit, this guy's gonna get slaughtered. Look at this. Fuck. Think it's time, right? It's time for this move. And then I can do many things. Ooh. Is there a better move? That stops the pawn trick. Wait. This, but then they go here. No, we're gonna eject. We're gonna force. Because they're gonna... Oh, they just have to move back and then lose. Okay, it's fine. All right, nice. That was quick. The last game I had with that person was like a dead draw until like right at the end when I made one bad move. I know it's Mayan too. Thank you. All right. The video is only going to make you mad, right? What? The Hassan Houthi Shalmega? No. It's just like we've done it. We covered it ourselves. I don't know why I need to see someone else covering it. On my stream. I'll watch it at my own time when I'm bored. So, Ohio, we learned about the trans healthcare restriction, which how long can chess games go? Some of them can last a long time. I don't know. The healthcare provider can get disciplinary action if they violate the law. It's restricting healthcare for minors and athletes' participation. Oh yeah, you can sue like a school or a sports club or any other organization if you feel like your competitive chances were damaged by the participation of a trans person. That's pretty fucked up. I don't know. That basically means it's a ban. That basically means no one's going to want to let trans people participate, like, in their desired. The voting restrictions was they said that you need a supermajority. They wanted to try and make a supermajority to pass, and they deceptively called it the Ohio Voters' Bill of Rights. They also wanted a photo ID and all that, but this one didn't go through, and because it didn't go through, they were able to pass the law protecting abortion rights because it was passed with 57% of the vote. So the Republicans almost got away with that one. Crazy fucking law around the crime of abusing a corpse that got some women charged with a felony after a miscarriage. The cop actually had to go and find the fucking fetus and recover it. Had to remove the entire toilet to do so. Oh, that was what a crazy story. Anyway, I mean, if you don't like Hassan's interview style, fair enough, but people make it out to be the equivalent of a Trump endorsement or something. It was the equivalent of endorsing a terror organization. And attacks on commercial vessels that had nothing to do with Israel and Palestine. Yeah, I don't know, stupid. And kidnap, like the fucking believe, like the thing I want to understand is how that kid got access to the hostages. That's kind of what I think is like getting access to the boat. I get that, but him actually hanging out with the kidnapped fucking crew members, who I think we still haven't heard from them, have we? Yeah. It's just crazy. It's just all kinds of insane shit. Yeah. The Yemeni kid, Tim Houthi. All right. Who lies to what? I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, the vibes were immaculate. I don't know. So yeah, I think that was probably quite problematic. I don't know. Why would we think that hostages aren't part of the tourist attraction? Yeah, that's who said he. The Houthi guy said that. The Yemeni guy who might be a Houthi. Yeah, he said that. I think it was just an interview. It's not. It's you're trolling me. It wasn't just an interview. He was like the kid said that he was taking drugs with the captain. I guess there's no implication of what kind of coercive dynamics would be going on there, and just laughing at me. Oh, that's crazy. It wasn't an interview. It was a puff piece. It was a puff piece for the Houthis because that community and I guess Hassan in that case seem to support the Houthis. You can just call it what it is. It wasn't just an interview. It was a puff piece. Anyway. I mean, you can have the whole nuanced discussion about the fact that like fucking Saudi Arabia is also completely insane in that region, and like there's no realistic like outcome where the Saudis take over all of Yemen again and like re-civilize it and make it into like a bastion of like fucking Western cooperation. Like that's never gonna happen either. So it's like, but this is a far cry from like just because the Saudi regime is bad doesn't mean you have to support their opponents. So, at least, in my opinion, I don't know. All right. He said the Saudis were chill to him. Oh, God. What was the video on Netanyahu called? Just look up a channel called Blonde Politics. Whatever perceived harm the interview may have caused is minuscule. Houthis don't depend on Hassan's shoutouts. Again, you would never make this argument for any other like for any other area. Like I don't understand. If I took on a fucking like Icelandic white supremacist and endorsed him, like they don't, the Icelandic white supremacists don't depend on my endorsements. Like, would that be fine then? Like my audience can't exactly go and vote for fucking Icelandic white supremacist. Like it's Unless there are any Icelandic dudes in chat. It's also normalizing the idea with your audience that like that kind of activity is okay. Like maybe radicalizing members of your audience to try something else at one point in their life. Yeah, fuck. You know, like there are Western people. There are Western people in the English-speaking world who get radicalized by these organizations and then go to the Middle East to join them. Right? That's a thing. Okay, sorry. I was triggered. All right. Oh, I don't know. I did one stream. I spent 2 or 3 hours saying it was silly and then left. So whatever. I think that's good proportionate level of coverage. Didn't overplay it. Just thought it was quite mental. Thought it was pretty insane. I thought I do live in the Imperial Core. True. Now, where is this Ohio doc? Okay, where was I? Felony charge miscarriage. I've actually done most of the research that was recommended to me, so. What is this? Economics? Uh-oh. Fuck no. Wait. I used to know how to do this, but now I don't. How do you maximize a window in a way that snaps it to half of the screen? Because usually I've just been like manually placing it to avoid the chat, but I wouldn't actually mind just this doesn't take too long, but I wouldn't mind just snapping it to half the screen. to the corners, but I've got 2 monitors. It's not working. There must be the setting. There must be a setting. Like the Windows key and directional key. That's not working either. Oh, you drag and hold. That's not doing it either. See that? Just manually adjust. I'm trying to find a way that's quicker than that. Windows plus arrow. Like whilst I'm clicking it or just... I'm doing that as well. I got Windows down arrow. Not working. Top bar to the edge of your monitor. It just goes off. It just disappears. It just disappears. Needs to be on the edge of the screen. Like, oh, it's Windows 11 that does it automatically. Okay, I'm on Windows 10. Oh no, Windows 10 it works. Oh, fuck. This is my primary monitor though. Full screen and then... No, not doing it. There must be some setting. Maybe it's because I got 2 monitors. I don't know. Something is hoarding your Windows key. I don't fucking know. Oh. I got 3 monitors and it works. Okay, big person. Press Alt F4. Kill yourself. Alt F4 yourself, dick. It's enabled. It's in the setting under multitasking. Oh. Like multitask. Oh, system set. Oh. Oh. Wow. I don't like that every fucking window shows up though. Don't show me that. No. Okay, but my text is going to cover this. So do I really need that? Or I just drag it over? Oh, I didn't do it here. No, that's annoying as well. Ah. Nice. Okay. Maybe there's a reason you disabled it. Oh, probably because it completely... probably because it ruined my life at some point. I can just broaden this. You guys don't need to see all the text. I'll read it to you. Okay. Ohio Republicans propose ending income tax. Critics worry about economic crisis. Okay. How are they going to pay for anything? What? Whoa, shit. No way. I want those hashtags there. Fuck. You should be outside of that. Okay. Sales tax and corporate, is that real? Yeah, like just fucking VAT it. Oh, I remember hearing the BNP leader, the British National Party, the fascists. He said that income tax should be scrapped and it should all just be paid for by it should all just be paid for by fucking VAT. I was like, everything would just be so fucking expensive. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we'll read it and we'll end up agreeing with it. Who knows? I think I prefer this. Looks a bit messier, but it's easier to read. Ohio Republicans have introduced legislation to eliminate the income and commercial activity tax, drawing ire from critics who say this will cause an economic meltdown. Ohio continues to reduce the state income tax year after year. Okay, so state constantly reducing. Constantly would be a better way to say it. State reps Adam Matthews, Lebanon, held a press conference with state senators Lord George Lang and Steve Huffman to introduce two nearly identical bills. We are here today to talk about what we are going to do, continue on the path of making Ohio the most business-friendly state in the nation, and to financially dominate the rest of the country. Wait, commercial activity. Okay, I'm so dumb. This is where my weaknesses come in, okay? Because I don't give a fuck about economic. Yeah. Because I learned my economics from sociology teachers. And you know what they say? They say, did you know that all economics is voodoo? Because they believe in rational choice theory, that every consumer is making the most optimal rational decision in the shop every time they go in. And you're like, well, what about impulse buying? There are literally trillions of combinations of goods. How can we know that people are doing the most rational decision? But then it actually turns out that when they say rational choice, they mean rational choice with the information we currently have, which is just like a kind of circular way of saying that people will buy the thing that they think they want the most or need the most. Yeah, I don't know, fuck. Yeah, that's my yeah. I believe that for a long time. Anyway. Okay. We are here today to talk about what we're going to do. Continue the path of making Ohio the most business-friendly state in the nation. Okay, so it was eliminate income tax and is commercial activity tax, is that tax on goods? Hang on, is that like, are they like VAT? No, doing business. Okay, that makes more sense. Jesus Christ. All right, no, yeah. Tax on gross business activities in Ohio. So it's just like is this just like a corporation tax or what? Is this just like a tax on businesses? Okay. Each of the proposals would start reducing progressively until 2030. Progressive reduction until 2030, with the Senate getting to a flat tax by 2026 and the House by 2028. Wow. Tax on revenue instead of profit. Oh, interesting. When you cut taxes, you do have an increase. This idea that you get increase of economic activity when you cut taxes. They made this argument in the UK as well when they were giving tax cuts to rich people. I don't know if it makes any fucking sense. Like, I know there was a thing when they did it, and it did look like there was more, the tax receipt in the year after was bigger, but it's also because if you're anticipating a tax cut, you will time your transactions that you can avoid making right there and then in a way that means you like you save all your fucking big spending shit that you can wait until the tax bracket's lower. But I don't get this general principle, this base theory that if people are taxed less, they'll spend more money on their business. Like I've got money I could spend on my business right now, but I'm thinking if I got taxed less and I had more money, I spend money on my business because I think it'll make me more money. Like, why would I don't need a tax break to hire like an editor or like someone to do fucking artwork. That's so weird. Wouldn't it increase the amount of money people have to spend? Kind of, but then you're also, for some people, you're reducing, right? Because some people have government jobs. Some people have jobs that are paid for by taxpayer money. Well, yeah. You have a business. Yeah. What do you think I'm doing here now? You think I do this for free? I don't do this for free. I just do this for low income. All right. And for the woman. I'm joking. All right. Rod, sir, thanks for the tier 1 sub. All right. Eliminating the income tax will leave a 13 billion deficit. The lawmakers say they have a myriad of options for how they will make up the money, which may include raising the sales tax, cutting certain spending, and letting the economy allegedly fix itself. This is so weird. Possibly increasing sales tax, cutting certain spending. This will cause economic turmoil in the state, according to Bailey Williams with Policy Matters Ohio. To make up for that revenue through a sales tax increase, shifting that tax burden to the lowest earning Ohioans is a slap in the face. Okay. Wait. It's a mighty big deficit, yeah. People in the middle class would have the brunt of the burden if this bill passes since they pay the most per capita on taxes, he added. The idea that these tax cuts would be made up by increased economic activity needs to be scrutinized a lot more, he continued. Ohio lawmakers have been cutting the income tax in the state ever since about 2005. Wow. Being cut since... Hello, tomfoolery. Oh, I'm coming to America. I'm coming to colonize. State House reporter Morgan Trow asked if getting rid of these taxes would disproportionately hurt the most vulnerable Ohioans. Trow and Policy Matters Ohio calculated that the sales tax would feasibly have to double to make up the loss from the income and CAT tax elimination. Okay. Sales tax would possibly have to double. And if you're obviously poor and you're having to spend your money like quite like a big portion of your money like just to live, then ooh. So the people in the bottom who don't pay federal taxes, who don't like the people at the bottom who don't pay that much taxes are suddenly going to have to pay a lot more taxes in their shop. Fuck, man. Is this research related to the event you're attending there? It might be, it might not be. It would just be good to have things to talk about Ohio when I'm there. Because if I go to Ohio to canvas, but I don't know fucking anything about Ohio, that would be kind of weird. At least if I know one or two things. I mean, I know about national politics a bit with Trump and all that, but like knowing a few local stories would probably help as well. Because people don't actually know that much about their own local politics. And I feel like I won't need to know that much either, but something. I need to know something. Tell them go blue. True. Okay. Trout also asked how the lawmakers would prevent the spectacular failure that was Kansas's attempt to eliminating the personal income tax. Kansas lawmakers, with the help of Conservative American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, ALEC, used the exact same theory of extra economic activity, making up for the gap in revenue. The tax was cut in 2012, but was reinstated in 2017. Damn. Kansas model. This failure. Similar theory of cutting income tax and compensating, eliminating income tax and compensating with sales tax. Implemented in 2012, but tax reinstated in 2017. Hundreds of millions of dollars lost in 5 years. Damn. Okay. Doing it in a deliberate way while having the communication process throughout, whether that's the committee or the community, to make sure that everything balances, whether that's dynamic or static, will avoid what we saw in Kansas because we've had better lessons since then, Matthew said. Lawmakers plan to have a series of town halls to hear from Ohioans about the plans and which one citizens favor. Okay. Was this a fake tomfoolery account? Okay, I don't know. Rod Sir, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks. Okay, that was a nice quick. What a fucking stupid policy. Is there anywhere actually that doesn't have that just has sales tax instead of income tax? Let's have a look. Like fucking Barbados or some shit. Places with no income tax, or like the Cayman Islands, Florida, Nevada. But high sales tax. Many states, really? Countries with no income taxes. U.S. states. But they have federal tax, don't they? So it works for 9 states. Okay. How do they pay for their shit then? Or because I know California, I think California has a problem where they vote for lower taxes, but they also vote for incredibly expensive fucking prison systems and shit like that. So they just end up going into debt. Is that true about California? But let's see. Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington. So how do these guys do it? Texas has high property taxes. New Hampshire spent more on education, but is outspent by its Northeast neighbors. Marginally better grade for its infrastructure, C-. Okay, so New Hampshire does okay with it. Let's look at these states, see how they fucking manage. Oh. Total tax burden. Okay. Alaska has the lowest. Isn't Alaska just like oil country though? Fuck it. We'll do this. We'll add this in. Countries. States, sorry. Maybe they'll become countries soon with your civil war, right? Countries with no state income tax. Okay, no income or sales tax. So these guys don't actually pay higher taxes to compensate. They just pay really low taxes. All residents of Alaska receive an annual payment from the Alaska Permanent Fund Corp, made up of revenue and investment earnings from mineral lease rentals and royalties. The per citizen dividend for payment 2023 was $1,312. Alaska has one of the highest and fastest rising healthcare costs of any in the United States. That said, at $13,642 per capita, the most recent year, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Offices to the Accuracy reports statistics, as of September 2023, it also spent the most on healthcare, excluding the District of Columbia. When it says they spend more per student, is that because the government doesn't pay for it, or what are does that just and it's more expensive? So they spend more than any other state on healthcare and education. And one of the highest in the US. All right. Well, I need to say that this is fucking Alaska, don't I? Can I tab this? Yeah, okay. Why not, eh? Florida. This popular snowbird state features warm temperatures and a large population of retirees. Sales and excise taxes in Florida are above the national average, but the total tax burden is just 6.33%, the fifth lowest in the country. Fifth lowest in the country. High sales and excise taxes. As of 2023, Florida ranks 38th in affordability due to its higher than average housing costs. Its affordability is also steadily decreasing, as it was ranked 31 in 2020. Still, Florida came at 10 on the best states to live in list. In 2021, Florida was one of the lowest states regarding education spending per capita. Lowest states for education. 6 years earlier, Florida received the same grade from the Education Law Center as fairness and okay. Healthcare spending higher than national average. 5.5% corporate income tax. Exempts all or parts for LLCs, sole proprietorships, and S. All these American terms, bro. LLC is a limited liability company. Okay. Nevada. (7.69% tax burden). So what's the tax burden in states that have income tax? Let's see. Relies heavily on revenue from high sales taxes on everything from groceries to clothes, sin taxes on alcohol and gambling, AE, and on casinos and hotels. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Reliance on sales taxes. Sins taxes. This results in a state-imposed total tax burden of 7.69% of personal income for Nevadans, the second highest on this list. Still ranks a very respectable 19 out of 50 compared with all states. 19th in the US. That said, the high cost of living and housing put Nevada closer to the bottom 34 when it comes to affordability. Of course. I just think of Vegas. That's all that exists in Nevada to me. 38th on best states to live in. Wow. Spending on education amongst the lowest quartile. Lowest quartile for spending, education spending. New Vegas, you mean? Fuck you. Low spending habits in relation to healthcare. Oh, all right. Whatever. South Dakota. Like many states with no income tax, South Dakota rakes in revenue through other forms of taxation, including taxes on cigarettes and alcohol. Sales tax, including extra on alcohol and tobacco. The home of Lakota Sioux and the Black Hills has one of the highest. Sioux, oh fucking no, Sioux has one of the highest sales tax rates in the country. The highest sales tax in the U.S. Sioux, yeah, that's what I thought. Just makes me think of Susie and the Banshees. Okay. South Dakota is positioned as home to several major companies in the credit card industry, in addition to higher property and sales tax rates, helps to keep the state's residents free from income tax, according to the reporting by The Atlantic. South Dakotans pay just 6.69 of their personal income in taxes, according to Wallet Hub, ranking the state 8th in terms of total tax burden. So South Dakota seems to be doing fine. It seems to be doing okay. 14th nation for healthcare. Less spending on education than any neighboring state. Hasn't received an official letter grade from the ASCE. Much of its infrastructure is deteriorated. 17% of bridges. This just sounds like how I visioned America in my head. Rated structurally deficient. $90 dams with high hazard potential. Uh-oh. That's scary. Compared to what do most states have? Texas. 8% tax burden. Holy shit. Fucking Texas, dude. The Lone Star loathes personal income taxes so much that it decided to forbid them in the state's constitution. Bro, fuck this state, man. Do you guys need Texas? Would you miss it? Would you miss Texas? I've been to Texas. It's a shithole. Fucking, it's too hot. The people are mental. Still, because infrastructure and services must be paid for somehow, Texas relies on income from sales and excise taxes to foot the bill. Sales taxes can be high as 8.25%. Wow. Wait, hang on. What is the VAT in UK? I think VAT in the UK is really high. VAT is just sales taxes, isn't it? Why do we pay 20%? Is it different from fucking sales taxes? Why is ours so high? Hang on. What's sales tax UK? Yeah, 20%, yeah. 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 Why? Why is it? I guess because we have a healthcare system? I don't know, fuck. VAT hits every step of the production chain. Oh. Whereas USA is only the final fucking step. Oh. Is it the same as VAT? Sales tax assessed on a final product. VAT is assessed at each stage of the production. Hey, someone's been reading this page. Well done, Pedro. US sales tax varied by state and product. Oh. So do we have to pay 20% because someone else had to pay 20%? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I don't. Can a business recoup the VAT? Yeah. Yeah, you claim it back, yeah. Yeah, so I claim VAT back, yeah. If I remember to keep my receipts. I don't always. Property taxes are also higher than in most states. Nevertheless, Texans' overall tax bite is still one of the relatively lowest in the US, with the state ranking 22nd. Okay. "33rd in the nation for affordability." Okay. All right. I just have a big tax burden. Washington. Washington hosts a young population with only 15.9% of its residents over the age of 65. And many major employers, thanks to the lack of state-mandated corporate income tax, note that high-income earners are subjected to state capital gains tax, residents do pay high sales and excise taxes, and gasoline more expensive in Washington than most other states. Gasoline more. That's horrible. Oh no. Fucking gas prices, dude. Even though it's cheaper than Europe by quite a lot. But they have to drive more, when it makes sense. The state comes in at 24 out of 50 with a total tax burden of 8.24. Unusually higher than average living and housing costs hurt Washingtonians, putting the state at 46. Wow. 46 for affordability. What would be higher than that? Like fucking New York, California? For some residents, that might not matter because their state was ranked by US News and World Report as the overall second best state to live in. Okay. Wyoming. Never heard the word Washingtonian before. Probably never going to use it. Get fucked. 6.42%. With an estimated 6 people per square mile. What a fucking stat. This is why Israel should have been built in Wyoming. If anyone wants to give me a good argument for why it shouldn't have been, get in the Discord, okay? I will fight you. Bested only by Alaska, which has roughly 1 human being for every square mile. Bro. I hope they're all actually just in their own square mile as well. That every square mile of Alaska is just a big fucking snowy field with 1 person standing in the middle of it. Citizens pay no personal or corporate income, corporate state income taxes, no retirement income taxes, and enjoy low sales tax rates. Oh. No personal or corporate state income tax. No retirement income tax. Low sales tax. What are they doing then? Like Alaska, Wyoming taxes natural resources, primarily oil, to make up for the lack of personal income tax. Tax on natural resources. Primarily oil. In 2021, Wyoming spent $18,144 per pupil, among the best quartile in the United States, more than double that per student of its neighbor, Idaho. A grade for school funding distribution. Or why isn't there a gold rush to Wyoming? Sounds banging. Why does no one want to live in Wyoming? Healthcare spending relatively strong. Uh-oh. Not as bad as the other place with the infrastructure problems. What was that? South Dakota. Because of the bears. Is that why? Oh. Of bridges. Just in case, just in case I knock on a door and some Republican is like, I want to get rid of personal income tax and replace it with sales taxes. And I'm going to be like, yeah, what? Like South Dakota, where 90% of their dams have high hazard potential? I don't know, son. Or Wyoming, where it's 99? That's all we're preparing for here. Tennessee. Just too many doubles, okay. 6.22% tax burden. Before 2016, Tennessee taxed income from investments, including most interest and dividends, but no wages. Legislation passed in 2016 included a plan to lower taxes on unearned income by 1% per year until the tax was eliminated at the start of 2021. Tax eliminated by 1% from 20 per year until eliminated in 2021. With full implementation of the new legislation, Tennessee expects to attract retirees who depend heavily on investment income. The state's total tax burden is 6.22%, the fourth lowest in the nation. In the affordability category, Tennessee ranks 14th overall. Okay. Very low for education spending. Some of the lowest education and health spending in the country. 276 dams with high hazard. I love this website. This page is so much interesting information. Okay. New Hampshire. Expecting to attract retirees. All right, New Hampshire. 6.14. New Hampshire does not tax earned income, but does tax dividends on interests. Tax on dividends. New Hampshire Senate passed legislation to phase out the investment income tax by 1% per year over 5 years, with full implementation by 2027. Okay, full. $1 per year. The state has no sales tax, but does levy excise taxes, including taxes on alcohol, and its average property tax rate of 1.86% of property values is the third highest in the country. Third highest property tax rate in the country, 1.86%. Even so, New Hampshire's total tax burden is just 6.14%. The state ranks in 6th. Okay, New Hampshire almost spent more in education than any other state on this list. that is outspent by several of its northeast neighbors. Okay. Cool. That's a lot of information I'm never going to need or remember, but that was very interesting. Okay. So there are states with no state income tax. Why are people saying it's going to fail in Ohio? Why? Is it because they haven't really stated how? They just said there are many ways. Cool. That was interesting. All right. Ooh. All right. That was important, okay, but it wasn't the most important thing. What else do I have to do? Like, as in, I could have survived Ohio without knowing any of that, but Gen Zers who might opt out voting in 2024. Biden owing his 2020 victory to record-breaking youth turnout. Why are they less likely to vote in 2024? Is it because of vibe session or is it because of Palestine? Oh, because they think elected officials are too old. Probably they're too old. I think the age of Biden is a really big issue. I think that's why Republicans only ever go for it. Ohio has which is also a vibe. Yeah, no real natural resources. When you say gaming, do you mean gambling, Marutsi? So wait, here's actually what I would like to know. This would be important. What does Alaska have then? Is it because they have oil? Is it because where all the oil wankers go? I think I know with Alaska. Doesn't the federal government pay for people to subsidize people living in fucking Alaska, or did people just make that up? Natural resources, military bases. Okay. So Alaska's not a good comparison. Florida. What the fuck does Florida have? Retirees? That's why I think of Florida. I think of retirees. Tourism. Okay. This is federal subsidy. Okay. A lot of Israel support. What does Nevada have? Gambling. Tourism. South Dakota. It looks like South Dakota are just fucked. Their bridges are fucked, and their dams are all gonna cave in. Natural resources and oil. What are the natural resources? What does Texas have? Oil? Is Texas an oil state? Yeah, oil. Tourism. Yeah, they have tourism. Fucking, because I was a tourist in Texas. Is everyone just saying fucking? What does Washington have? Rich people? The White House? Fucking tourism. Even from within the country. Tourism. What else? Rich people? Meth? Vosh. No, Washington's the state. I was thinking of DC. Fucking idiot. Okay. I have tech. Okay. But how does the tech just mean there's people there with money to spend on the high sales taxes? Is that what it means? Because what are they getting taxed on? Wyoming. Natural resources. Oil. Yeah, okay. What does Tennessee have? Or is Tennessee just fucked? Does Tennessee have this? They don't have income tax, but they probably need it. That's the impression I get from Tennessee. Nashville, I guess, yeah, fucking. I'm gonna say that Tennessee's actually fucked. They have some tourism and they got music and shit like that with Nashville, yeah. Because I think with musicians in America, it's they either go to New York, LA, or Tennessee, right? If you're country, you go Tennessee, obviously, yeah. New Hampshire. Smoky Mountains. What's New Hampshire? Hunting. That's all I think about with New Hampshire. Old money. Bernie Sanders is 3 houses. No, he's from Vermont, isn't he? But he did well in New Hampshire. Why not look up why people are no, people are arguing against it because they think it's gonna the only way they'll make it up is through sales taxes, which might have to double. And yeah, that they have a lack of natural resources and like tourism, gambling, and all that shit. Yeah. Stream content Discord. Uh-oh, let's go. What the fuck is all this? Why Louisiana stays poor. Louisiana's not on this list. Why do I need that? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Hassan clip of the day. It's Hassan o'clock. What did he say? What did he say?
Areas and not UNRWA, $10 billion to Palestinian groups that will go through Israeli subsidiaries and not UNRWA because they politically wanted to take a stance against UNRWA after Israel put forward fake bullshit that there were 13 UNRWA members that participated in October 7, which, by the way, is also, turns out, a fucking lie. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you. I cannot believe Israel lied once again. Oh my God.
How do we know it was a lie? Where did you get that from? I haven't seen the counter to that. I know some fucking autist in here will have it. Wait, hang on. Representative in Lebanon, Dorothy Klaus, first told reporters in Beirut that the preliminary investigation report would be ready by early March. Her office later revised the timeline to say the report would be ready in several weeks. They haven't even started the Oh, fuck. Okay, wait. They haven't started the investigation. Oh, okay. Okay. Channel 4 looking at it. Oh. Fuck it. Tangent. Because everything in this stream leads to Palestine. Let's go.
Children in Gaza are hungry, and the fear is that they're about to get hungrier. Donors to UNRWA, the main UN agency that supports Palestinians, including the UK, withdrew their funding 10 days ago because of allegations in a confidential Israeli document that this program has now seen. The document repeats an allegation the Israel Defense Force has made many times, that the Hamas terrorist organization has been methodically and deliberately emplacing its terrorist infrastructure in a wide range of UN facilities and assets.
I know I've heard UNRWA employees themselves mention this, but it was about two schools where they said they found rockets being hidden there.
Provides no
And that was a while ago.
evidence to support its explosive new claim that UNRWA staff were involved in the terror attacks on Israel.
Because in Gaza, UNRWA, they just employ locals. And locals in Gaza, for many reasons, are quite radical. So, I don't know. I was told by one person, I can't remember who it was. I think it was a Discord, someone in fucking Discord who said that they had been educated in an UNRWA school, like a Palestinian UNRWA school. And they were just saying it's like, yeah, it's just like, a lot of it's just like random fucking Arab dudes who just tell the kids wacky shit that they believe. Yeah, but so it shouldn't be surprising if some of them are affiliated with Hamas, but I don't know.
Just stating
But what it says about the checks and balances system of the organization itself is different. Yeah.
Intelligence information, documents and identity cards seized during the course of the fighting, it is now possible to flag around 190 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist operatives who serve as UNRWA employees. More than 10 UNRWA staffers took part in the events of the 7th of
190
October.
operatives. Okay.
Israel gave the document to donors just after the International Court of Justice in The Hague made an interim ruling on a charge of genocide against Israel.
Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance.
It is utterly shocking that the donors who accuse UNRWA of instrumentalizing aid, as they have done, are themselves weaponizing UNRWA. It is a violation of international humanitarian law. It's a violation of international principles. It's a violation of the ruling by the ICJ, which says nobody should squeeze international humanitarian aid. What's Britain and others done? They've squeezed the aid. And it's a violation, arguably, of the Genocide Convention, because it will devastate the lives of 1.2 million people who were on UNRWA's food lines even before the 7th of October, and that's going to get longer. It will undoubtedly, if unsuspended, lead to mass starvation.
Apart from emergency aid, UNRWA runs schools, hospitals and other services for 5.9 million Palestinian refugees across the Middle East. It employs 13,000 Gazans, all of whose names have been checked against a UN terrorism list and as recently as last May were vetted and
Does UNRWA work in Lebanon? Yeah, because there are a bunch of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. Yeah, of course they do, yeah.
approved by Israel. UNRWA immediately fired the staff members named in the document and mounted an investigation.
Okay.
UNRWA is playing a critical role. It's true that the Israeli government has been very critical of UNRWA, not now, from many times ago, but we cannot punish 2 million people by depriving them from the support that UNRWA is providing. Who will take care of that?
The Israeli Prime Minister, who met a UN delegation last week, is angry that UN reports about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza were cited as evidence in the genocide hearing, adding to his anger that UNRWA staff allegedly took part in acts of terror.
I think it's time that the international community and the UN itself understand that UNRWA's mission has to end.
Today, UNRWA released photographs they say show a food aid truck in Gaza which was hit by Israeli naval gunfire. The Israelis haven't yet commented. In Gaza, the suffering never seems to end. Today, the UN Secretary General announced an investigation into UNRWA to be headed by a former French foreign minister. If UNRWA were forced to close, another organisation would have to step in. Under international law, in the West Bank and Gaza, the occupying power, which is Israel, would be held responsible.
Well, earlier I spoke from our studio to UNRWA's spokesperson, Juliet Toomer.
I don't think I've ever heard that question answered yet. Like, if they're taking funding away from UNRWA because they don't think they can do a checks and balances system properly, then who's replacing them? Like, because they might very well have 100 or 200 Hamas people and PIJ people working for them, but they also have thousands of people providing education and health and fucking aid. They're just gone.
And I began by asking if they had received any evidence from Israel to support the allegations being made.
Oh.
There is an ongoing investigation that is not conducted by UNRWA. It is being done by the highest investigative office of investigations in the United Nations. That investigation is ongoing, and they are going to do their work and look into all these allegations.
When was the last time UNRWA had given a list of employees or contractors to Israel?
Every year, we send a list of all our staff working with us across the region to the host governments. And we have not received a response to the content of that list from the government of Israel.
Were the 12 names that Israel has made allegations against on that list that was sent in May 2023?
I would assume they were.
It must have come as a surprise then.
It came as a shock.
Normally, as you know, if allegations are made against members of staff in any large organisation, sacking is not the first action. There's usually a suspension pending an investigation. Had UNRWA been given or had it acquired its own evidence that showed there was some sort of prima facie case?
The Commissioner General of UNRWA took that decision in the best interest of the agency.
Yeah, sorry, do you understand the question I'm asking you? I mean, I understand that there are allegations made. You then sacked those people, terminated their employment. Did you take that step, which is a big step normally after allegations are made, because of evidence that has perhaps not yet been placed in the public domain, or merely because of the seriousness of those allegations?
The latter, because of how serious these accusations are. And like I said, the Commissioner General of UNRWA did this in the best interest of the agency due to the huge risks, both to the reputation of the agency and also the largest humanitarian operation in response to the war in Gaza.
So did you realize in that time that the donors would turn off funding to UNRWA?
I would say we have informed our largest donors. I don't think any of us has anticipated this huge number of our friendly donors who have been our partners for decades on end to suspend the funding so quickly like they've done. I mean, in just over 24 hours, 9 of our donors suspended funding to UNRWA. I also think none of us have anticipated that this would be done in the middle of a war and to the largest humanitarian organization who's responding to what has become very quickly one of the most complex and most difficult humanitarian crises in the world right now for the UN.
Is there any comparable example you can think of funding being suspended before an investigation has been reported?
Nothing comes to mind. Perhaps others who spent longer in the United Nations, they might know the answer to this. But the worth of the suspension of funding is about half of the agency's operational budget. So we're talking about a huge amount of money.
Given the suspension of the funding from these key donors, how long can you continue to operate?
So we're likely to be forced to suspend our operations by end of February, beginning of March, if the funding does not resume.
What does that mean in practical terms, as you say, because it's so extensive, the activity of UNRWA? Does that mean, all, schooling, all agencies, all work will just stop?
We're going to be forced to make very tough decisions that humanitarian aid workers are not supposed to be forced to do.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I don't know how we can conclude that it's definitely fake. Okay. Sorry, Ohio Research. David, I know you want me to watch your fucking UN Watch. Who are UN Watch? What do they do? Who are they? Who funds them? I don't know anything about these guys. They're an NGO from Switzerland. UN accredited NGO. So the UN funds its own or accredits its own critic. Is that what they're saying here? Monitor the performance. Okay.
Philippe Lazzarini, you've just met with our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong. What was your message to her?
I have informed you, Minister.
Followed by aristocracy, that's all you need to know. Well, I'm followed by aristocracy, so.
That UNRWA has taken the decision to commission an independent review to look at all the allegations regarding UNRWA and its activities in Gaza. As you know, there have been quite a number of what I would say smear campaign, and I do believe it is important now to have a review to look into all these allegations, to look at what the intent behind is, but also to look at, when confirmed, what is the response the agency is giving, and depending on the response, what would be the recommendation to improve it.
Philippe Lazzarini.
Okay. Okay, I need to name this is the important thing, okay? This is going to prepare me for the United States. I'm going to talk to people while I do this. Bonk, hello.
Hello, Box.
North Dakota. I think this looks like a north and a south. But so does this.
Bro, what's...
I think it's this. Oh! Oh, hi. That's where I'm going. All right, sorry. What's on your mind? Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. I need to.
What the fuck are you doing? I'm not watching stream.
I don't know where the fuck Maine is. You're not watching. Oh, I have to name the states. Okay, so now I know where. So it's the eastern tip. This is Michigan, right? Okay, so where the fuck is?
We're trying to get this random schizo to join waiting room, and we're failing. Do you want to pull Jotun and Nerd into the call?
Yeah. Hello.
Hey guys.
Kansas is right in the middle, isn't it? Oh, Iowa's like up. Oh fuck these stupid fucking states. Hello.
He just keeps making excuses. He won't join. Oh my god.
Who are we talking to?
Yeah.
He's been wanting to VC. Like I said, he's been wanting to VC the past few days, but now he's just backing out of it.
Who are we talking about?
Because
Ruval. Oh, what's his thing?
He doesn't have he doesn't give evidence for the claims he makes, basically.
Oh, no. And then everybody gets mad. Imagine doing that.
Wait. Giving an example, he made the claim that Hamas and ISIS cooperated to do the October 7th attack, and his evidence was one picture of a ISIS flag from a pro-settler, like pro-Netanyahu, like think tank.
Yeah,
crazy.
Like that, and it's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, so good faith. All the good faith has been used up.
Yeah, we're just fucking fed up with him, and we're not being really. It's not great. We weren't that fucking good with him after that.
Where the fuck is Rhode Island? Is that one of these cunts?
It's in the East Coast.
That's Hawaii. I thought Rhode Island was here, but I can't see a fucking island.
No. It's in the East Coast.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for,
small.
but I don't see an island.
It's really small. It's really small.
Wait, Lona, do a Europe GeoGuessr.
What? That's not a fucking island. That's a block. That's not an island. All right.
Bro.
Yeah, it's really fucking funny.
This is gonna make me pro multipolarity.
Oh, now he wants Robox to read his messages. Oh my god.
He wants you to read all his messages.
Bro.
His message is just him sending me a video. Yeah, Ruval. Yeah. Nice.
What?
I
want him to join so bad.
Tennessee is one of
but he won't.
I'm pro Rhode Island multipolarity.
Oh.
They need some of the power.
New Hampshire's up here, right? Okay. Oregon. Oklahoma, Hawaii,
Oklahoma has the plane handle.
California.
Look at this team versus what? Oh, come on, this bro's coping,
Oh, coping and CV.
Minnesota.
bro.
Minnesota's high up. Yeah, Alabama. That's this one. Illinois. Oh, that's where Chicago is. Is that here or here? Oh, that's Wisconsin. Okay. Kentucky, I think, is here. Yeah. Louisiana. It's Mississippi. Okay. Vermont is up here, right? Yeah. Okay. Maryland. Sorry, what were you guys saying? What's happening now?
No, he's
We're
just
trying to get
making
this dude to, yeah.
He's saying that we are gonna
If Ruval wants Sundowner, will join his side.
Utah's there.
Oh my god.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking.
Indiana,
Oh,
Mississippi,
stupid
New
Murray
Mexico.
joined the waiting room.
New Jersey, Alaska, Idaho.
Oh, Wolf is here.
Which one is Idaho? This one? Nebraska. Which one's Idaho? What's that? Okay, Nebraska.
Wait, isn't Dustin from Nebraska?
He is.
damn.
Missouri. Okay, I got 6. That's horrible. Play again. Utah, the Mormons. Oh, fuck, it's here. Okay. Missouri. Kansas. Colorado. Ohio. That's where I'm going. Hey. Connecticut. Oh, fuck. Is that here?
Oh my god, this guy's never gonna join.
Wisconsin.
He's actually like, is he ever going to join?
Oh shit!
I doubt it.
Right.
He keeps giving excuses after excuses after the excuses.
I really want to have this debate.
Yeah.
It would be pretty funny.
God, Nebraska
Mhm.
really is just in the middle of the fucking buttfuck nowhere, isn't it?
And
That's most
and I
states.
actually want it to be really good faith too.
Yeah.
Oh, he joined. Okay, I'm leaving. See you guys around.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye.
Well, I'll leave. Better be a good.
Could I also leave?
good...
How did he get in here? Hello, Ruvao. How's it going?
Hello?
Hello, Mississippi. That's fuck. All right. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Okay. Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Not much right now because I don't know, I'm being pressured into going into this chat.
You're
All
not
I wanted to
being.
do is
Okay,
talk
hang
to
on.
you
You're
a little
only
bit.
here if you want to be here, right? If you don't want to be here, you can go. Do you feel pressure to be here?
I want to be here.
Okay, good.
But I don't think you understand. Like they threw me into jail just because I wanted to talk to you.
That's the only. They were like, this guy wants to talk to Learnerbox. Let's put him in jail. That's why they put you in jail. Is that what happened?
No, I'm sorry. There's too much echo. I'm gonna try and fix my thing, but like don't kick me from the server. I'm totally willing to talk to you, okay? And anyone else.
Okay.
I got some interesting things, but I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me right now. So
Okay. Minnesota.
sorry, not the time, but I'll talk to you, pretty. I'll message you.
All right. The fuck is fucking Iowa? Shithole. Where is? Which one's Iowa? That's Washington. This is Nevada. This is fucking Idaho, apparently. This is Michigan. This is... Oh! There's a South Dakota. Washington. Alaska, Nevada, Michigan, Oklahoma, North Dakota, New Mexico, South Carolina, Idaho. I never knew what this one was. It's Idaho. Okay. New Hampshire, Alabama. That's Georgia. That's Alabama. Georgia, Alabama, whatever the fuck that one is. Texas, Rhode Island. The fucking non-island. Louisiana. Down here, right? Arkansas. This is not
Loner
Arkansas.
box. You smarmy
That's Kentucky.
fuck bastard.
Penn.
I'm an hour and 18 minutes back, catching up. Even if the Houthi guy was lying about everything he portrayed himself that way across multiple platforms. Do you really think a song's interview is still okay?
Thanks for the 1999 Devil's Advocate. Really appreciate that. Oh, are you just like matching your name, Devil's Advocate? That's interesting. Thanks for the dono. No, I think so in his Instagram, someone asked him if he was a fighter, a soldier, and he said yes. When he spoke to Hassan, he didn't directly say no. He just said, "Oh, I'm just a Yemeni who wants to help Palestinians." So it seemed it's probably okay to be a bit suspicious. Georgia, Idaho, fucking Utah. It's this one, isn't it? Nebraska. Massachusetts. Is that this one? Or is it this? Oh, it's one of these. Fuck. That's Connecticut. Rhode Island. Okay. Kansas. Right in the middle. Virginia. Named after Queen Elizabeth I. The Virgin Queen. Pretty fucking pervy. Pennsylvania. Hawaii. Ooh, not Alaska. They're very different. Alabama. Fuck. This is Michigan. This is Wisconsin. Yeah. New Hampshire? Is it the left? This is the one I'm... New Hampshire's on the right because Vermont's on the left. Maryland. This is New Mexico. Ooh, is it? Oh, wait. Texas, New Mexico, Arizona? Or is it Arizona, New Mexico? Oh, shit. No, I'm not going to look at chat. Arizona. Breaking Bad. Did they tell you anything? Phoenix. It's all desert. It's all bullshit. Fuck. Colorado, Wyoming. They're just square state. It's so weird. Fuck. I don't know. Alabama. True. Oh, fuck. Is Arizona the one on the left? Yeah. Okay. Rhode Island. Never forget that one, though. Oh, fucking Iowa. Is it this one? This is Missouri. New Jersey. The size of Israel-Palestine. New Mexico. Alaska. Wyoming. Louisiana. California. Mississippi. Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Maine, North Carolina, Missouri, the middle one, right? Colorado, South Carolina, Texas, Illinois, what's this one? Washington, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. Illinois is here, right? The fuck is this north one then? What's the north one? What's that one? Oh no, this is, ooh. This is Ohio. This is Indiana. And this is Illinois. Is that it? Ohio? No, this is Indiana. Fuck! Chicago. Chicago's not this fucking... Wait. I once drew up a plan to drive from Chicago to Dalton Highway, which is up in Alaska. I never did it, but I just thought I wanted to go to the northernmost road in the Americas. That means Illinois would be here because you would go to Chicago, but you could, or what the fuck? Just because there's nothing here. Oh, fuck. Chicago is like, it's by the, is this Lake Michigan? Is that what this is? It's like by here, it's like here. Oh, fuck. They're both on the lake though. Okay, I just guessed. Thank you. Vermont. West Virginia. That's where I'm going. Oh, wait. If that's not is this Minnesota? Oh. What's this one then? There are too many northern ones, I don't know. They both border Canada. Don't they? It borders Canada. Fuck. There's, oh, one of them's Montana. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna get this one wrong. I think this one's Minnesota. No, wait. Fargo. Fargo. What's the neighboring state in Fargo? It's North Dakota. So it could be either. But it's snowy as fuck. Oklahoma. That's not New. Ooh. Wait. New York's a big one. New York's a big state. Okay. Tennessee. Arkansas. North Dakota. Don't confuse your Dakotas, Learner Box. Connecticut. Kentucky. Washington. This one, last one's Nevada, right? Hey. I'm a US citizen, chat. Any clarification on any state to help you remember? I mean, no one gives a fuck about any of these states, right? Like, nothing happens here in this stupid little fucking. Because people either stayed here or they went here so they could get here, right? No one cares about the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. I actually do know someone from Missouri, but she didn't have the accent. She had a very normal accent. She could do a strong accent, but yeah. Play with no borders. Can you do that? All of our nukes are in North Dakota. That's good. That's a good strategy because no one cares about it. No one goes there. The Iranians wouldn't even strike North Dakota because they'd be like, no one's here. I like that you pronounce him like a Civil War general. That's because of that episode in South Park where Cartman tries to be to lead the Confederacy. He becomes a Confederacy leader. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Lorna Box going to the south would literally be like Borat. What? What? Because I'm brown? Because I'm from Kazakhstan? Because you talk funny. Yeah. Trivializing racist. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Would Borat be cancelled nowadays? I don't know. Probably. All right. This might actually be an interesting story. Youth voting. Why the fuck? Gen Z. Shitters. Give us your best American accent. I don't have I can't do it. I can't. I don't know why. I feel like the hardest accents to do are ones that I kind of already have. So if I try to actually do a Scottish accent, it doesn't sound very convincing. If I'm talking to people who have Scottish accents and I'm responding to them, I can do it very easily. It's like very natural. But if someone just says do a Scottish accent, I'm like, I'll get away with it because you guys don't fucking know what a good Scottish accent sounds like. But yeah. Should I watch if I want to learn an American accent, should I just watch the Vosh Brianna Joy grade debate on loop? Play it in my sleep. My point here ain't about criticizing your vote. My point here, darling. Voters cucking out of. It's so funny to think that these are the same Gen Z voters who voted in who voted to keep Trump out, to get Trump out, but they don't understand the concept of voting to keep Trump out because they haven't learned object permanence yet. Fucking retards. This is all this is. Or it's also new Gen Z voters. That's the more charitable way to look at it. No difference between Trump and Biden. That's, yeah, I know why you think that, because you watch fucking political streamers and content creators who have no political impact and never will and don't actually care about fucking engaging in anything that actually helps people or alleviates some of the problems in the world or stops the worst excesses of like right-wing politics from taking over in terms of like Trump's policies in the Middle East or Trump's policies towards the economy. Remember, Trump would have been, at the beginning of the war on October 7th, Israel wanted to go into Lebanon and fuck up Hezbollah, and basically just go fucking on a fucking grand crusade. But they probably would have fucked like all of Lebanon as well as probably Israel as well. I don't know. It's just an insane jerk reaction. But America, thankfully, was like, whoa, chill. And Trump would have just been, he would have just fucking greenlit that and been really happy with it. Like, you're so stupid. Anyway. I need to look up the list. I need to look at the list of all the Democrats' achievements, like since 2020, because there's quite. I remember like seeing a big list of all the different like Democrat majority states that were able to get like they introduced like free breakfast clubs for kids, which all the Republicans were trying to vote against. Like even just something like that. If that's the only difference, if nothing else changed, and the only thing was that like fucking kids who are from struggling families can get fucking fed when they go to school, like. That would be enough reason to go out and vote. Because you know how long it takes to go out and vote? Like a couple of hours tops. Like, ugh. Minnesota. Okay. For the first time since he became eligible to vote, Elias, 26, isn't going to cast a ballot for president in the next election. Lillian, 20, hasn't decided whether she's going to vote or not. Leah is 28, is going to leave the spot for president blank on her ballot. And Zach, 22, is having a hard time convincing some of his friends that their vote matters. Oh, no. You know, I had a friend who's a good few years younger than me, musician. And in 2019, for the last general election we had in the UK, it was like 8 o'clock at night. I'd voted in the morning. I was just heading home from work and I saw him in the street and he was like, hey, how's it going? Yeah. And then I was like, oh yeah, I just voted in the morning, went to work and he's like, oh yeah, I haven't voted yet. And I was like, the polling station closes in like 2 hours, right? So the fact that I bumped into him in the street, he was going to go to the fucking pub and I like literally fucking dragged him to a bus stop. And like put him on a bus to send him to his nearest polling station. Because people just forget. People forget it's fucking election day. Does that count as voter fraud? That I coerced this guy to... People forget to register? Yep. And Republicans like to keep the register window fucking tight so that because they know Zoomers will vote against them. In the US, you don't even have to be alive to vote by mail. That's a good story, Mike. How many cases of electoral fraud were there for people voting on behalf of dead people? Mail-in ballots can be sent to people who have died because of the way the system like updates and shit like that. But if you cast that vote of your dead relative and you're caught doing it, which won't be difficult because the person's dead, that would be electoral fraud. The fact that people like you can vote, holy shit. The Great Republic doesn't have long left. Bro, if Trump gets, like, oh fuck, man. Head of the okay. All right. After a record-breaking youth turnout in 2020, record-breaking youth turnout in chill, bro, is a joke. I'm not chill. Don't even joke. Fascism's a joke to you? Whoa. Decide the election for Biden. This poll was from analysis from this. Who said this? Ugh. Okay. A recent poll released by the Harvard Kennedy School shows that young Americans seem less likely to vote in 2024 than they were in 2020. Uh-oh. So this isn't new voters. This is voters who did vote in 2020. Probably both. And this is a poll from Harvard Kennedy. Why did it just do that? What the fuck? Let's read the extras for this. A national poll released today by the Institute of Politics at Harvard Kennedy School indicates that among 18 to 29-year-olds, President Biden's approval rating stands at 35%. Jesus. What's it like for incumbent presidents usually? I think even compared to previous incumbents, he's not doing very well, is he? 35%. Still, the president maintains a solid lead in the head-to-head matchup against Trump. Oh, that's good. Okay, I didn't know that. When the field expands, potential independent candidates, Robert F. Kennedy, Joe Manchin, Cornel West, take more support from potential Biden voters than Trump voters. Oh, God. What about Cenk? Is Joe Manchin running? The poll also finds young Americans appear less likely to vote in 2024 than they did in 2020, which is a record-setting year for youth turnout. A disconnect between young Americans' personal financial situation and their views of the economy. A widespread support for labor unions. Okay. Oh, Biden's fucking achievements then as for unions. Don't the fucking unions love Biden right now in America? Because he's like been... I'll have to look into that. All right, hang on. Oh, widespread in general? Yeah. Oh. Access to reproductive health care, including abortion, is an essential factor for most young Americans. So this matters a lot for Ohio because they were able to vote in protections for abortion rights, and the Republicans tried to fuck it up by changing the threshold to a supermajority. Okay. It's essential for most young Americans in choosing where to live. Those horny bastards. Most young people do not feel their high school experience adequately prepared them to vote. Most do not feel their... Since 2000, The Harvard Public Opinion Project has provided the most comprehensive look at young Americans' political opinions and voting trends. The fall 2023 Harvard Youth Poll surveyed 2,098 young Americans between 18 and 29 years old. Damn, am I no longer a youth? I feel like one. Oh shit. Can I just be like an enormous child? A huge, tall, wide, blocky child. From a lack of trust in leaders. Oh, this is just reviews of the polling center. Okay. What are the numbers?
Oh, Ethan, what's up?
Oh, hey, Pratt. Did you hear the latest Harvard Youth Poll is out?
That's awesome. Tell me more.
Well, for over 20...
Hey, dude. Yeah, what's up, bro? Oh, you know, just playing my video games on my Switch machine. Yeah, that's cool, bro. I just had some Bud Light last night, feeling a bit under the weather. Oh, cool, bro. Yeah. Did you see the new Harvard poll, dude? No, I didn't. It's out. That's awesome, bro.
20 years, the Harvard Public Opinion Project has been asking important questions to young Americans aged 18 to 29 years old all across the country. This semester, our poll takes an early look at the 2024 presidential race, as well as digging into important issues such as abortion, labor, and political engagement.
This guy's
That's interesting. What'd you find?
Well, what did we find?
It's still early.
The guy who didn't already read the poll. The guy who's too cool to read the poll, so he gets his nerdy friend to tell it to him instead. That's what he's thinking. This guy's like, I want to stay informed, but I'm going to get my dorky little friend to just tell me all the data. And that's interesting, bro. What'd you find?
That's interesting. What'd you find?
Well, what did we find?
It's still early, but turnout is tracking below the record numbers in the 20...
That's the guy who waits for the Loner Box stream before he forms an opinion on anything. Comes in with a fucking smoke machine behind him. Hey, what'd you find today, Loner Box?
Did we find?
It's still early, but turnout is tracking below the record numbers in the 2020 presidential election. Only 49% of young Americans say they will definitely be voting, down from 57% in the fall of 2019.
Wow. 57%. Oh, you have to start saying fall instead of autumn. And we're definitely going to vote. Only 47, did you say? 49.
Say they will definitely be voting, down from 57% in the fall of 2019. This drop in engagement is particularly notable amongst young Black and Hispanic Americans, with likely voter numbers dropping 12 points amongst young Black Americans and 16 points amongst young Hispanics over the past 4 years.
Joe Biden is in a tough spot with young voters. In a head-to-head matchup with Trump, he still leads by 11 points among all voters and by 15 points among registered voters. But before the 2020 election, our polling had Biden up 24 points among all voters and 29 points among registered voters. And third parties could prove to be a spoiler for Biden. When potential independent candidates like Cornel West, RFK Jr., and Joe Manchin are considered, Biden's lead over Trump narrows by around 7 to 8 percentage points.
In terms of the issues, young Americans trust Biden more than Trump on abortion, climate change, and democracy. On the economy, however, Trump is trusted more than Biden. Of those polled, the Israel-Hamas war is the issue that young Americans who voted for Biden in 2020 trust him the least on.
The issue of abortion is on the minds of young Americans now more than ever, and not just at the ballot box. Almost 2/3 of young Americans say that access to reproductive health care, including abortion, is important when choosing which state to live in.
I think, how many youths are there in America who are going to decide whether or not to vote? Obviously, like Muslim and Arab youth in America will maybe choose not to vote because of the war in Gaza. But I guess they are like, what's the percent? I think America's percentage of Arabs and Muslims is probably like low, right? USA, Muslim population as percentage. Must be quite low, right? 1.1% of the population. Arab. Yeah, it's fuck all. Not many at all. Concentrate in swing states. Well, isn't that just our luck? I like this tweet. This tweet is very real. This meme is very real. People on Twitter will really be like, you believe in voting? That pales in effectiveness to my strategy, firebombing a Walmart, and then not firebomb a Walmart. That kind of is what they do, actually, yeah. Ugh, okay. Good one. Good meme. 10 out of 10. All right.
And this comes at a time when young Americans are becoming increasingly pro-choice, with 44% now believing that abortion should be legal in all cases, an 11-point increase from 2012. However, 1 in 5 young Americans say they identify as neither, or don't know whether they identify as pro-choice or pro-life.
Now let's talk about the
in all cases, including after birth. Sigma. All right.
economy. Young people trust Trump more than Biden with strengthening the working class. Even among Democrats, only 53% trust Biden more than Trump with handling the economy.
Okay, that's a problem. We need to get the economic data out here. We need to get the fucking union shit. We need to get the improvements, like the education shit. Yeah, we need to do all. Fuck. All right.
We found a disconnect between America's economy and young people. Despite a majority of young Americans saying that their personal finances are net good, a strong majority of young Americans give America's economy a net bad rating.
Labor politics is back in full swing. Young Americans support unions in the automotive, manufacturing, and healthcare industries, as well as those for teachers and Starbucks employees.
Yeah, well, sorry. What did Trump do with the? He gave fucking tax cuts to the richest people, like to the top earners. And then he is it just because people associate Trump with pre-COVID? I think it's people associating Trump with pre-COVID. Yeah.
The same
The
cannot be
tariff
said
war
for
with
police
China,
unions,
yeah,
though, of which young Americans view favorably only at a rate of 37%. Note that there are stark differences based on party ideology, too. On average, young Democrats support unions at a rate of 30 points higher than young Republicans.
Yeah.
Civic engagement is the foundation of American democracy.
True.
But how well do our high schools prepare our young Americans for one of their key civic responsibilities, voting?
As it turns out, only 45% of young Americans feel their high school prepared them for how to register to vote. 38% feel they were taught about voting deadlines. 35% feel prepared to research candidates and issues, and only 33% feel they were taught how to request and submit ballots. These figures remain consistent across age.
The problem, oh shit. The problem with that is that these 35% who said they feel prepared, a good chunk of them say this because they look at Twitter headlines and watch people like me. So it's actually probably less to actually research candidates and issues. What else was that? Like 38% made aware of voting deadlines. That's really bad, yeah.
And racial backgrounds. However, reported preparedness for voting is significantly lower for women than for men.
Clearly, U.S. high schools are falling short. This is a big problem because we found that voters who are better prepared in high school are significantly more likely to turn out on election day and be more optimistic about the future.
Even though many young Americans feel unprepared for the voting process, luckily, our poll has found some solutions.
A majority of 18 to 29-year-olds believe that initiatives such as nonpartisan how-to-vote trainings, reminders about deadlines, and nonpartisan voter guides are helpful in deciding whether or not to vote.
And those are just some of the top findings from our fall 2023 Harvard Youth Poll. For more, go to iop.harvard.edu or follow us on social media at HarvardIOP.
Cool, bro. That's a fucking really good. That's a really sick poll, bro. thanks for telling me about the information that's inside it. Listen, if you like that, listen, you fellow children, fellow kids. If you thought that was a cool video and a cool poll, and it's inspired you to get out and vote, well, come and join it. Join me and the other cool kids at the Ohio canvassing bullshit. Follow the link. Come into the Discord or find it on the Reddit. You've got 2 days. Can I ask a related question to Zoomers being stupid about politics? Yeah, you can just ask the question. You've already asked one question, so you're running out. Use the next question wisely. You already wasted one. Sign up ends in 2 days. Well, the thing starts in 2 days. Or 3 days. I don't know. You'd have to be in Ohio. Are you going to stop? No, I'm just going to Ohio. Stop. All right, let's see. According to the poll, at this point in the 2020 election cycle, 57% of Americans between ages 18 and 29 were planning to vote. That number has since declined to 49. Okay, we already got that. Prefer Biden. Only 35% approval. Okay. Given that young voters helped secure a win for Biden in 2020, lower youth vote turnout in 2024 could change the outcome of the election. Still, some left-leaning young people have decided to abstain rather than vote for Biden or the Democratic Party, a candidate and a system some say they simply cannot support. The first time Elias voted, it was 2016, when he reported to an elementary school polling place near his college campus. He was proud to cast his vote and perform what he then saw as his civic duty. For the upcoming election, however, Elias says he isn't going to cast a vote for president, partly to send a message to Democrats who he believes don't take their voters' preferences into account. I think power is a language that they understand, and by refusing to put them into power, we're forcing them to listen to us, he explains. They can't plug their ears and turn their heads away. No. Oh, shit. Elias, who is Palestinian American, has a laundry list of issues with the current administration that have pushed him to this point, including sales of new oil and gas leases and Biden's support of Israel. For Elias, the deciding moment came when Biden cast doubt on the Gaza Health Ministry's reported death tolls. I just found that to be truly monstrous. It's something I cannot co-sign with my name and my vote. Yeah, I don't think Biden is going to capture the Palestinian American vote for this one. I think he's having to let that one go. While some Gen Z voters say they are choosing to abstain from voting because of Biden's support for Israel and their support for Palestine, it's worth noting that the Republican Party has become strongly pro-Israel in recent years. If voters spurn Biden for being pro-Israel, will they unintentionally hand the presidency to someone who may be less sympathetic to Palestinians? Yeah. For Elias, the answer to this hypothetical question depends on expectations. We don't have any illusions about who the Republican Party is or what they stand for. We know they're dangerous for our communities, he says. The logic of not voting for Biden in 2024 is that the Democratic Party is supposed to be accountable to young people and diverse communities. I feel like if you have Democrats in power, you can do things to push your local representatives that you can't do if they're not voted in. I just found that a bit odd. Maruti hates Elias. Holy shit. Zach, a political science major from Florida, views the act of voting as unequivocally important. But the same can't be said for some of his friends, he tells Teen Vogue, who feel like their vote doesn't matter. Part of that narrative is the fact that Florida, which used to be a swing state, has given its electoral college votes to a Republican candidate in every election cycle since 2000, other than Obama's wins in 2008 and 2012. Wait. So they went Republican in 2000, 2004, then Obama 2008, 2012, then back to Trump. Is Florida no longer a swing state because of that? Even though they voted for Obama twice? Weird. When Zach talks about some of his friends about voting, they say it's a waste of time because they feel like the winner has already been decided. So, where does that leave Zach? It makes me feel sad because I remember, especially in the 2022 midterms, people were saying the younger generation saved democracy. And now, maybe young voters can protect democracy in 2024. I see people choosing not to vote as crazy. Why do you not want to vote? True, this guy's a Sigma. Zach is a god amongst these youths. Joshua Martin, a 21-year-old college student and political director for College Democrats in America, says the focus needs to be not only on registering voters, but on actually getting them to the polls. Part of that effort, Martin adds, is simplifying the message. I'll say, hey, do you want to buy a house after college, right? You want to have a good paying job after you graduate, right? You want to be able to have access to healthcare. When Martin speaks to his fellow college students, he says he tries to keep his language spare. For example, instead of talking about Roe v. Wade, which can be confusing for someone who isn't super politically aware, he'll talk frankly about abortion rights. This guy knows. He's frustrated by the possibility of the lower vote turnout, but he believes there's time to change the tide. Lillian, a college student in New York, is undecided about voting this year. She's been disappointed by the Democrats in so many issues, including Biden's promise to forgive $10,000 of student loans, which was ultimately struck down by the Supreme Court. The party's neglecting to further efforts to codify abortion and the president's support of Israel. Again, with the abortion thing, that's people, oh God, 3 branches. I don't know if I can talk to these people who have these concerns and not just be really condescending as a foreigner, telling them about the 3 branches. Because obviously, the states that can enshrine abortion protection rights into law would be at a state level. That's what's happening. That's why fucking Kansas vote for that. This is how you should talk to people who are unsure about voting, by the way, with that level of snark. Nothing makes people more eager to do what you say when you just sneer at them. I'm joking. Be nicer than me. And then there's the Electoral College. For Lillian, it's difficult to feel like her vote matters in a state that has gone blue since 1980. And a rural county that generally swings red. The whole voting thing is a symbolic gesture, she says. If we had a more direct voting system, I would participate more. The Electoral College is scum. Okay, if you live in like Wyoming, or whatever the fuck the reddest state is there actually any point in voting in the Electoral College system? I know it's like first past the post system as well. Like if I was in a Tory safe seat, like there's actually, your vote doesn't do shit. But you still do it because you're just, the number next to your fucking party's name is 1 bigger. How does it feel traveling to the worst state in America? I don't know. I thought your mom's bedroom was pretty chill. Hey, What? Lillian adds, and it's not that young voters are too lazy to get to the polls. It's deeper than that. It's hopeless to us. The collective vibe is hopelessness. Oh, God. Yeah. Tom Bonnier, an experienced pollster and CEO of the Tara Group, says these polls are illuminating. What it clearly shows is that young voters are experiencing some sense of disillusionment with our politics right now, he explains. Whether or not the polling translates into actual lower turnout remains to be seen. I think politicians should be concerned if this young generation doesn't see our political process as a viable means of changing the world for the better. When reached for a statement, a representative for the Biden campaign tells Teen Vogue that while the campaign is not taking the youth vote for granted, they are not alarmed by the polling. The campaign representative also says they aren't particularly worried by the lack of support of young voters over Biden's stance on the Israel-Hamas war, as polling has shown that young voters are more motivated to vote based on issues that are important to them, which are economy, climate change, guns, and abortion, as opposed to foreign policy. What if Biden just like drone strikes Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, like just before the election? As a counterterrorism policy. I'm just spitballing here. Like, what would happen? You know? As a kind of like a just to get the Hassan voters on board. So I feel like a lot of these really, really far left people, when it comes to policy, I feel like a lot of these really far left people, they don't seem to care that much about incremental improvements in people's lives, or at least not as much as they care about hurting people they don't like. They would rather, if you presented like a far left person, like a fucking communist and shit, with two policies, okay, one of them slightly helps poor people, but the other one really hurts like a couple of billionaires. They'd probably, and that's all they do. They actually prefer the second one. I actually think that's true. I think that's more or less how they think. I don't know. Fuck. Could be wrong. Yeah. Leah voted for Biden in 2020, but is considering withholding her vote in 2024 because of what she sees as the disappointing outcomes of his presidency. She doesn't agree with Biden about funding Israel's war on Hamas, and she's saddled by student loans the president said he would forgive. It felt like kind of a con, she says, about then candidate Biden's proposal to forgive $10,000 of student loan debt per borrower. I don't want to vote for Biden. I want a better option. London 24 doesn't want to hear a guilt trip for not planning to vote in the 2024 presidential election. It won't work, she says, and stop telling her that Biden is the lesser of two evils because she's tired of that argument. Every 4 years, we're told to choose the lesser of two evils and things will get better, she says. And if it doesn't, and it just doesn't get better. What are the ethics of not voting? From the time we're young, many of us are told it's our civic duty to vote, to make our voices heard. But what if young people feel the only way their voices will be heard is through their silence? Will the silence be loud enough to create actual change in how the Democratic Party approaches the youth vote in future elections? Or will it serve only to hand Trump 4 more years in power and feed the narrative that young people don't vote, thus shifting the power of the electorate more to older generations? The young voters who plan to skip the ballot box in 2024 are seeking disruption and an answer to a question. Will their silence be noticed? Or in an imperfect system, is voting still one of the best ways to make their voices heard? That was a good article. It was well worded. Silence is violence. That's what I thought. Leftists don't clean the room because that would be incrementalism. Hey, nice one. Good one. Okay. They will be ignored. Really? Is that what'll happen? That was a good article. I liked it. Okay, let's see. How many people are still watching this incredibly fucking boring stream? Let's see. I don't even have my streaming data up on screen. There are dozens of us. Wow. Wow. Still over 500. That is fucking... But Emma Goldman said if voting changed anything, it would be illegal. Like, they literally did try to keep the vote away from people who would have voted against their interests. I don't know, like... You know, back in the day, it used to just be a bunch of fucking landowners who could vote. Like wealthy landowners. If trade unions change anything, they'd be made illegal. What are you talking about? Like, how do you think any concessions were ever won in this capitalist society? Like, okay. This is racism. Okay. Elected officials are too old and have been in power for too long. Okay. Well, that's all the stuff I was given on the doc. Apart from, there are a bunch of names of legislators, and then we need to do national Democrat stuff. Because I think most people are going to mostly care about national politics. There's a feeling. I just realized that I'm doing a lot of research on local politics and no one gives a fuck about, oh, God, I need to VPN. Oh, well, whatever. All right. Well, I got my Ohio politics stuff, and I guess this is more already going into national politics. I'll just leave them in the same thing because they're both for Ohio. Okay. So I don't think I'll do it today, but tomorrow I'm going to focus on national issues, mainly things that the Democrats have achieved in the last 4 years that people probably don't know about. If you want to, if anyone in the Discord for the stream suggestions wants to send me a list or just one, if you find one, just let me know. You can tell me because I want to go through a big list. I want to be able to rattle off. I want to overwhelm people with positive stories about fucking Democrats, if it's even possible. I got an update from chess.com. Oh shit. What happened? Infrastructure bill. Yeah, I know, yeah. Resignation. In 15 moves. I don't even know who this person is. Cuck. Alright. Oh my god. A fucking solid 99. Well done, Lonerbog. This was against French defense as well. I'm not usually that good at French defense. Playing against it. I basically just prepared this classic, like, Greek gift lineup, right? Yeah. What could I have done here instead? Should have moved the rook to there. Oh, because of this. Okay, well. Brilliant move. Well done, Lonerball. Yeah. Back to the... Okay, that makes sense. And then, was this the right move? Okay. Then I think it was right move to go for the rook, for the queen, right? Yeah, okay. That would have been mate in two. Because they would have gone there and then died. Yeah, okay. Cool. Wow, well done, Lonerbox. Okay. Not every day that happens. What else do I need to know? Hang on. What channel in the Discord should we post accomplishments? Just in stream suggestions. And then there's also the list of the names of important legislators, which is quite big. Wait, so what else do I need to do tomorrow? I need to sort out currency still. Fuck. I need to get dollars. Because I applied for I tried to get a travel card. I ordered a travel card, but it's not going to arrive in time. So that'll be for next time I go away. What's the best way to get dollars now? Where would I go? Apparently you can order them from the airport and pick them up, and that means you don't have to pay like at the extra charge. Because if you get them from the airport, like if you just go there and ask for dollars, then there's a big charge. Otherwise, I guess there's like high street places you can go. Go to your bank. Oh, a local bank, yeah. I wonder how much money I'll need to bring for 4 days. $4,000. Just for gas prices. I don't know. And ammunition. Oh yeah, $2,000 for tipping people. Yeah. Are you going to the US for just 4 days? Yeah. I got flown out. $2.50 per gallon. Yeah, but what if I just want to like smell it? You might need a lot. I don't drive. I don't drive. I'm too Scottish I'm too Aberdonian to fucking drive. I don't need to. I'm a Toonser. Yeah. Hang on. You're not going to take any callers for the rest of this stream? If you're quick, Persona Kalida, I'll take you on. Are you in the thing? I don't know if I want to talk to this stupid furry person, because apparently they're like a heavy content that I should do on a fresh day. Like, oh, there's a whole list called what Biden has done. Nice. Your bank, airport's usually more. Oh yeah, don't drink the tap water. Fuck. So I'll go to my bank tomorrow and get some buck. Is there an announcement about the trip somewhere? I've said it on stream. I've just announced it. Yeah, fuck. I was gonna make a video being like, this is what I'm doing, blah blah blah, but I don't know if I need to do that, because I think the kind of people who would sign up and actually go to an event would be the live viewers. I don't think the video essay viewers are gonna like want to come and fucking hang out with me and some DGGers in Ohio. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else I need to do. The thing with the tap water is that no country in the world has tap water that's as good as Scotland's. And the idea of drinking like worse, like tap water that's less good than other tap, it just makes me feel weird. Finland has the no. Oh, there's a bunch of articles about things that Biden did as president. That's cool. Well, we're gonna have a good list tomorrow. Then we're gonna have a good compilation, a good goonpilation. Hang on, there we go. Yeah. Going back and forth to America in 4 days sounds exhausting. Yeah, well, they are flying me out for the thing, so I couldn't really be like, oh, can you let me hang out in America for like a week? What would I do anyway? After the event, and when everyone goes home, what would I do? What would I do? Go to Florida with Destiny. Yeah. Potentially. I didn't know I could visit the Thorpe. So yeah, say rescue Grace from her deranged fucking dad. Boost her YouTube career by getting rid of the dead weight. Okay. Oh fuck. Dylan Burns is still streaming.
The interview might be soft.
He's doing the Tucker Carlson interview. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys to Dylan. Okay. But as far it looks like I'm all prepared. Actually did quite a lot today and definitely do more tomorrow. Okay. Cool. Take care, guys. Be nice in the Dylan stream. Or don't. Don't care. Bye-bye. Bye.